Which one? Oh, the research project. Yeah, this one, research project. Yeah.
You are the first person to go.
Am I the first person?
If you are ready to talk.
If you are...
I'm always ready.
Okay.
yabona ke flow yethu ngiyisahamba kahle.
Okay. Okay.
No, ngisho engahamba sengishelo ulo uMr Thabo. Akakayilethi.
Okay. Ngiyeke uzongena isikhathi ezongena kahle. Asifaka uBrawan siya.
Asamngenile.
Oh, yeah.
Ubomi Good morning, colleagues. I hope you all slept well and you had good dinner and enjoyed yourself and traveled safely back here. I see we lost some of the key stakeholders. I hope they are still coming because I'm going to refer to them. The Premier's office, the local municipality, Salga yesterday. I'm Bonal Matigizela from Water Research Commission. I'll be chairing this first session as per the program that you have in front of you. What you will notice there is that there's a change in the title. From today, we are no longer facilitators, but chairpersons. So if I handle this like a chairperson, you must understand I'm not a facilitator. Right, colleagues, yesterday, before I go to yesterday, very quick, so that we can give time for colleagues who are coming in now. We want to give a special recognition to Dr. Rami Konga, who is here. Can you lift your hand? He's from the infrastructure, Makanda local municipality. Makanda. Oh, okay, is out, at least you know. Bring all of them, Maggie. Okay, we will go back to that recognition when she's here or here. It's a he, thank you. Right, yesterday, colleagues, we had a very interesting presentation. Sorry for those who are joining us today. You will find some kind of recordings and proceedings, but you will never enjoy as much as we did. It was very interactive because the idea here is to come up with solutions, or at least inform the program that will get us to solutions. It's not a talk show. We need to see impact. The two CEO, the CEO Water Research Commission and the DVC, Susnoma Kwezi, they mentioned this very clear, that the research is for society, and what then we need to see is the impact. We need to see a change on the ground. That's why I said also I want to refer to the Premier's office, because they were also very strong on this. They say, what does this research say to my outcomes? I have to deliver to Parliament. What does this say to the Premier's office? So that was very interesting and challenging, so that we see where we are going with our research. Then Amelia chaired a session where we're talking about innovations, and you could see that we have gone a long way in terms of solutions. But maybe, again, according to the Premier's big program and approach, we should think scale-wise. It's okay to develop these tools, pilot test, and be happy with them at a micro level, but when it comes to practicality of solving problems, then we have to talk about a district municipality, for example. Because he says, how many people are you going to employ through this kind of work? And I said to him, we always don't want to give too much detail into that because we don't always have resources. And he said to me, no, that's not your problem. Your problem is to give me ideas aligned to what I want to deliver. I will redirect the funds within the offices. I said, this is the guy to talk to. I think that was needs to work very close with the Premier because in any case, it's the head of the province, and we work with them in terms of selecting where we want to demonstrate this work we have done so well so far. And then there was a session chaired by Nelson, not Nelson Mandela, the other Nelson, smaller Nyana one. Nelson Odume from here. Very clear on what is happening with the water resources at a natural space where they occur. Those sedimentation and everything that we talked about yesterday, and they are serious threats to the water security, no question about it. We all heard about the seriousness of pollution and non-compliance, vandalism. You know, if the project or program is driven from the ground by the community, it's going to benefit them. They agree that this is what we want. I wonder why we should be having sabotage, because it means they won't prosper if they destroy their own legal goods. So we went as far as very intensive discussions here. As I'm saying, we have got a lot of tools, but what can these tools do on the ground? As I walk and run around this complex yesterday, I realized that Rhodes is actually made up of a lot of institutes. There's institute of this and that and that and that. Those are all experts. But I was asking myself, then who is not in the room here? There was even one institute for local community engagement. I said, I wonder if those guys are here. Of course, business, anthropology, sociology, all the institutes. So the question is, when we draft this plan, a plan that will have an impact on the ground, who do we need to talk to beyond this house? I think we'll have to do that assignment towards the end of today's session when our bosses close and tell us where we are going. But those are just my quick summary of what happened yesterday. Right in front of me, oh yeah, is he back now? Not yet. Okay, you will let me know when he comes back. I hope you did not threaten the member. We are not finger pointing here. That's why Andrew is here today. With all the challenges in water affairs and whatever, I always say, it is not your problem, Andrew. It is not your problem, the guys at head office. It is the institution. We need to deal with what is happening in the institution. Don't internalize it. Don't make it yourself. You'll go mad because you can't solve all of this. But together we can. So the local municipalities sometimes run away because we point fingers. Let's not do that. Okay, the first speaker then today is a repeat offender. I don't know why he likes to talk to us so much. I'm sure he's going to tell us something different now from yesterday. Please don't use the same slides. Over to you. Over to you, Andy. As a chairperson, then I stop you when you talk and you don't listen to my time. Thank you.
And who's going to stop the chairman from talking forever? Okay. Thank you very much. In all honesty, I don't want to talk to anyone. How I wish I should just sit there and do my job. But for whatever reason, Hlengi said I should talk and keep on talking. Now, today I've been asked to share a list of projects that have been completed or undertaken here in the Eastern Cape, or that are associated with some work here in the Eastern Cape. And there are 150 projects that have recently been completed and here in the Eastern Cape. And do you want me to talk through all of them? Chairperson? In 10 minutes. So in that case, I'll choose only 7 because that is not enough time to talk to all of them. I've chosen, this is just a sample of the project that are currently on the go here in the Eastern Cape, and I've chosen this sample from my portfolio. This is not all the portfolios, just from my portfolio, the ongoing projects and the ones that we have just recently completed. And the others, the one at the bottom here is the one that we have just recently started and is going to go on for the next 5 years or so. So I'm not going to take you through all of these because they have so many objectives, but they are focused here in the Eastern Cape. The top one is about the early warning system for floods, and the system has just been completed on this early warning system for floods. And the system itself, it starts with us trying to do a weather forecast from the Indian Ocean and the amount of rainfall that we can expect to fall when that forecast comes. This is, we had a case study in Madagascar or Madagascar. There was a case study there, and then one in KZN, and the other one in the Fall River system, in the development of that system. And that system is complete now, but the South African Weather Services has taken it up to improve it so that they can do this early warning system for floods in the country. And the second one is about the evaluation of the groundwater quality in the Eastern Cape. What we did, you'll remember, Andrew and others, that we drilled some boreholes on the eastern part of the country it was some kind of a gift from the Japanese. It was a JICA-funded project. I think we drilled for approximately 23 villages from Alfred Nzo District Municipality, OR Tambo, and quite a number of local municipalities. And those boreholes are still operational, and they were well equipped, and I think the equipment there for those boreholes has never failed. And we wanted the researchers to go back and look at the quality of that water, and how it is like. Given that the quality that we were given when the boreholes were drilled, they looked quite okay, except for a few boreholes that showed some high arsenic content, especially in the Alfred Nzo. So we wanted to see how that arsenic has changed over time, and so on. That work is going to be completed in March next year. And so on and so on. The landslides and stuff like that. I can talk on and on. But I thought listing the projects might be useful because you will see the titles, but they don't mean that much. But it was just to demonstrate that we do have some projects that we are conducting somewhere in the Eastern Cape. But what could be useful is research. What is research? Why do we do research? I see some of the challenges that we get given quite oftenly. They talk about the problems on operations and all of that. And quite honestly, as Shlengi said yesterday, we get this long list of the it's like a shopping list of some sort about what people think is our research, but those are not research project or questions or topics. And yeah, but the research that was quite useful, that was conducted a while back between the Water Research Commission and the Department of Water Affairs, the Council for Geoscience, CSIR, and many others. This work was conducted way back around 1999, 98, and so on. And it was meant to map our geology with respect to the occurrence of groundwater in the Karoo. This is here in the Eastern Cape. And that mapping was intended to see the relationship between these huge intrusions. These are dolerite sills, and we call them dolerite sheets and complexes. And you tend to find them, they extend as far afield as Victoria West, Middleburg, right up to Queenstown. I think it's called Komani these days. They are massive structures. And we wanted to see if there is any chance of the groundwater occurrence where these structures are. And the findings that we came up with is to develop a conceptual model on where you should target when you're drilling for boreholes along these huge structures. That is research. And then they gave you some indication on where you should put your borehole and so on when targeting potential high-yielding aquifer or high-yielding borehole in that respect. That was done. That is research. But then that was not enough, because we had to choose just one of those dolomite structures and do a proper exploration drilling. And that was done thanks to the Department of Water and Sanitation. They provided drill rigs. It is very expensive to drill. Drill rigs, I think there were about 3 drilling rigs that we were provided with. I was working for Water Affairs in those days. And we drilled approximately 14 boreholes along a dolomite sheet right up to the edge. That is the edge of the dolomite sheet, and it was dipping right down like that. And we realized that if you drill in the middle of this dolomite ring, you're not going to get water. It's a hard rock. It does not have much water, but there is some water. And you drill downstream, and then we found one borehole which was yielding approximately 20 liters per second. And we did the pumping test, and we found that it was relatively sustainable. And then we made a recommendation, I remember, to the municipality at that time, I think Chris Hani District Municipality in Queenstown or there, but because at that time they were complaining about not having enough water or something like that. And then we said, well, there is a borehole, and we identified some potential site where they could drill or sink some boreholes for a huge water supply. And I know in one of the schools, they ended up drilling at some point, I think a few years later, in one, I think this is the dolomite ring structure in Kokodala, that's a village. Yeah, but there is a school next to there, I think it's a primary school or something. They went to drill in one of the targets that were identified. Guess what? The yield was 55 liters per second. And I understand that currently, now, I think it was in the news, they are trying to go and restore or whatever that borehole for water supply purposes. 55 liters per second. At that stage, when we drilled these boreholes, and the planners, incidentally, they are engineers, they said, well, if you say there is groundwater, but is that thing bankable? Because we don't see it, is invisible. That is why they did not even trust that they could get enough water from that. So, well, I'm not having a slight at the engineers, but they were planners in the Department of Water and Sanitation at the time. So, but yeah, now they are going back and trying to restore or rehabilitate that borehole for bulk water supply purposes. I think I should stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Now, this is the talk I was still enjoying a lot. You can talk now. Colleagues, I was wondering, we have a few minutes. Okay, let me first recognize our guest, our main visitor of the day. Yes, I'm getting there. I just want to recognize the... no, let me get this right. I don't want to say my own things here. Mr. Rami Konga is head of the infrastructure, Makanda local municipality. You can just raise up, sir, and greet your people. Thank you very much. We'll vote for you again. Don't worry. All right. We have a space for 1 or 2 questions. There's a question from Prof here, and another one here coming. I'm not a facilitator.
Okay. No, just a quick one. Does WRC, do you have any documents that shows the locations of this underground water in the Eastern Cape? I mean, the boreholes in the Eastern Cape, including also perhaps any information on dog wells. Do you have any information like that in the WRC?
He will respond, not me. I'm a chairperson. Can you pass the mic? Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that question will be answered by Andrew, because this is the Department of Water and Sanitation that I think is managing all these boreholes and things. As for the dark wells, we don't have dark wells in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, but maybe along the rivers, I think people have dug some wells along the river courses, but we don't have recorded them anywhere as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. Andrew, about the boreholes?
No, I'm afraid I don't have knowledge about dug wells, but we did investigate sand mining, which was looking at putting in wells within sandy substrates that could actually not just suck water, not just lift water that was there, but could actually suck water out. And it was very promising, and then just went very quiet after that. So it is sad that you do have those circumstances. Thank you.
Okay. Before Tengi, I just want to add, because I didn't really understand the dug well now. Now that you explain it, I understand it. I was in Matatiel, up there, and there are a lot of these dug wells. And they also show us that if you remove the alien invasive plants, your depth and the water level pulls up much quicker when these thieves are gone. So we have to deal with the alien invasive plants, and we have to sustain this beautiful project. That's a very good small scale kind of a livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Okay, I want to expose my learned friend, Wandile. I had asked him to highlight some of the innovative work that they've done in the province in terms of fog water harvesting. So he didn't dare to do that, and can I expose him just to share a little bit?
Okay. Or we ask you just to say it quickly.
The research on the alternative sources of water for water supply purposes, there has been an ongoing research. I think it started way back in the mid-90s on fog water harvesting. And one of the first, it was done by UNISA for us, and one of the first case studies was done in the Alfred Nzo district municipality, I think near Mount Alief. That was way back in 2012 or thereabout. And we, the technology there is about the fog nest and all of that. And we're trying to quantify how much water one can harvest from fog. And it turns out, there is quite a substantial amount of water that we can get out of there. And it supplied the village. It was called Tsaba, I can't remember the name of the village, but it was supplying the village with enough water harvested from fog. And we extended the study to map out all areas that are they tend to be prone for fog, the fog intensive areas throughout the country. And one of the case studies was in the Southern Cape, in the follow-on study, in the Southern Cape, and then in the Western Cape, in the West Coast, because we wanted to check the quality of the water that we're getting from fog, the oceanic influence on the quality of the water. And it turns out the West Coast one, we were not getting that much water, but in the Southern Cape, there was a huge amount of water that we got from harvesting the fog. But then the way you place these nets, the direction they face on the slope and things like that, those do matter, because the amount of water that we'll get depends on how you are placing them. The water was so much that there was an RDP housing scheme that was being developed in the Southern Cape, and we were intending to use that as a water supply source. But then we did not have enough money to put that infrastructure as the Water Resources Commission, and we talked to our big brother, the Department of Water and Sanitation, where they said, no, that's not our job. So we could not convince anyone to give us enough money to put all those structures there. Thanks, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. But we can convince the Premier's office, because this is exactly what he said. He wants that we need to create jobs for youth and everyone else and provide the service to the people. I'm very happy you are back, sir. Maybe I should just remind us ourselves as well that most of you don't know that Tawarsi can make rain fall. You don't believe me, eh? Take the report from the website of Tawarsi. We can make it fall. And that technology was taken, and we heard about it again, somebody using it in Tanzania, quoting it as if they did that. We did it. But if our policy implementers don't take these tools, they are taken elsewhere. Some of the tools are used to decide court cases in Geneva, developed by you guys. I'm talking too much. Next is Nelson. Please come to us and talk 3 minutes now because we have taken much of your time. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to give a very short, probably talk on drought preparedness, lessons learned from Nelson Mandela Bay and City of Cape Town. But the talk is really going to focus on some of the work we've done in the Nelson Mandela Bay, and then some of the lessons that have come out of that, and how those lessons compare to what actually obtained in Cape Town. Very quickly. So the project was funded by the WROC, and the title is here, The Equity Dimensions of the Nelson Mandela Bay Water Crisis. So the lens with which we are looking at this issue, we are from an equity perspective to say in the time of drought and when the municipality respond to drought, how are they taking into account other issues such as equity, efficiency, and sustainability. And I want to recognize our colleague. Good. Prof is still navigating. And I want to recognize our colleague from the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. Please, if you are here, if you can just, thank you for coming. Thank you. So a very quick one. The objective of the project, we are in 3 folds. And I'm not going to read all of this, but if you look at this, you will see that, one, we wanted to look at the idea of the concept of equity when you respond to drought. But we also wanted to analyze the implementing environment. What does that mean? How does the implementing environment affect how you respond to the drought? Because drought is not just a technical issue. It's much, much more than that. And then, in so doing, we also wanted to engage the various social innovation structures and platforms in the Mandela Bay to see what they are doing and how, in their various spaces, they are trying to adapt to the drought. So, just for you to understand, the water supply system in the Bay basically is divided into three aspects: the western supply system, the central supply system, and the eastern supply system. So the eastern supply system is mainly the interbasin transfer scheme that brings water into the bay all the way from the Carib Dam. And then your central supply system, that is where is the smallest of the 3 supply system, but here you also have some of the springs and boreholes when we talk about groundwater, and then the western supply system, which also supply water to the draw water from the Kruger dams, which is controlled by DWS. And the Lances abstraction volume are these. And during the drought, this become also a problem because they have to negotiate they have to go between the DWS and to either increase the Lances abstraction, but at the same time giving some water for ecological reserve so that the system does not collapse entirely. So just to this graph actually depicts the fact that drought in the Nelson Mandela Bay is not new. Drought has always been there for years. And right from 1988, so what we have here are some of the most serious drought regimes in the metro. And the one that we are trying to analyze now is actually the most serious of all and the most extended in terms of time of all of them. And this bar here is actually what we call the dam dead level. So even though you have water in the dam, you can't really abstract water anymore from the dam because it becomes almost impossible to continue to abstract water. And this particular drought occurred from 2017 to 2023. and is recorded as the driest, the longest, and has the greatest effect in the metro so far. What is important here is that the Western supply system, which is really within the metro, that is not, remember the Eastern supply system is drawing water from the Carib Dam. So the Western supply system is the most vulnerable to the dam because during the drought. Because during the drought, you could still transport some water from the Carib Dam to augment the system. So this graph, just to actually depict the impact of the drought, Stat SA, I took this from the Stat SA statistics website in terms of their community survey. And this is actually talking about the frequency of water interruption in metros. And what is quite striking is that just before the beginning of the drought, frequency of interruption of water supply to domestic users in the metro was just 4.4%. And at the height of the drought, it actually rose to 37.6%. And that just tells us the significance of what we're really dealing with in terms of how much severity the drought and the impact of the drought in household. Why the metro is experiencing severe drought? On the other hand, there has been increased growth in population. So you will see that actually this is the drought, but the consumption as a result of one, economic growth in the metro, two, proliferation of informal settlement, three, migration of people from other parts of the province to the Nelson Mandela Bay has actually skyrocketed. And what that means is that the water consumption has actually now grown right from in the early 1900s up to 2023. You can see the gradual growth in population in the metro. So the metro deploy a number of strategies to respond to this drought. Basically, these strategies, one, are on the supply side, others are on the demand side. And you could also look at them in terms of whether they are long-term, medium-term, and short-term strategies. On the demand side, they were mainly technical and economic measures that were deployed, including education and awareness raising. And I'm going to speak very briefly to some of these measures and how their effects were perceived by community in terms of introduction of some economic measures such as stepped tariff. So, when we now look at step tariff more closely, this is how the metro actually applies step tariffs. Just to explain very briefly because of time, basically, this is your dead level, and what this means is that as the water level, as the dam level decreases, the metro then step up how much you actually pay per kiloliter of water that you actually use. So moving from tariff level A, B, C to C, which is the highest. So, and the idea is that if you are paying more, you are forced to use less. But it's always not the case, as we will see very, very quickly. The other measure that the metro put in place at the beginning was to map out the entire metro and to designate various areas of the metro in terms of how much water they wanted to target in terms of reduction based on the severity of the drought. And the red area were targeted to reduce at least 40%. So they wanted to reduce water consumption by 40%, and the yellow area. And what is striking here is that the target on the eastern part is much reduced compared to the western and central part because the interbasin transfer scheme comes into the metro from the eastern part of the metro from the Carib Dam. So in terms of quantity of water, water is more assured on the eastern side compared to the western and central part of the metro. Nevertheless, what is interesting also is that the eastern side is where you actually have a lot of low-income household and informal settlements. So by geography, in a way, the eastern side is more water assured compared to the more affluent and wealthier population in the metro by geography. But again, the wealthiest people are able to augment through other economic measure. The other intervention that the metro was really pursuing at this time was fixing of leaks. They really rolled out a lot of technical measures to fix leaks in order to reduce water losses at this time. Then we went into the community to try and survey both low income and high income and medium income and informal settlements. In terms of, do you believe that the metro was paying attention to fixing of leaks in your area? The general perception was that and this is perception, and remember that perception drives behavior. So it may not be real, it may be real. It may not be true, it may be true. But perception drives behavior. So we have to really take that very seriously. What was coming out very clearly was that in the medium, low income, and informal settlement, there was a general perception that the metro was not responding to leaks on time. And when we engaged with the metro, they believed this was not true, that actually they were responding to leaks everywhere. But this is the perception that is holding out there, and we have to deal with it. Then we went to the metro to say, can we get your data on leaks? So at this stage, we've gotten the data on leaks, but we've not gotten the coordinate because we wanted to then map the real data on leaks, georeference them, and then overlay that with the various areas. We've not gotten those data, but what we've gotten is the data on leaks. So this data that you see here just tells you, this was between 2001 and 2022, how much leaks actually happen in the metro and the time it takes to fix them. So about 1,630 leaks were fixed between 1 to 2 months. However, another disclosure here, because this work we were doing it in close collaboration with the metro. One nuance that we actually gathered from them in our last engagement was that some of the leaks were fixed faster, but they were not entered into the catalog on time because of procurement issue, because of other problems. But based on what the data says, this is what, so about 424 leaks were fixed within a day during the drought. Then we also wanted to look at the leak frequency. Is it an issue that your income category influence how much leaks you actually have in the household? And what we see here is that in most of the low-income household and medium-income household, leaks were quite very frequent. And then in the more affluent household, leaks were quite occasional. We don't know why. It could be that the low income were not just reporting; they just gave up and just continued to live on. Probably also because in most cases, some of these households were on the ATTP program. So the ATTP program is the Assistance to the Poor program of the Metro. Although it covers water and other programs within the municipality, what that also means is that they were not really necessarily paying for the water, and therefore it doesn't really matter if it is leaking, and so what? It doesn't impact on my tariff. The other thing that we picked up during this time was that in a number of low-income households and informal households, there were a lot of issues with bills, municipal bills. So this is just an example of a municipal bill that we picked up in 2023, which is sitting at over 1.04 million rands, and this is a low-income rented household house in a low-income area. So you wonder how you get to sit at over 1 million rand as bill. So, but what we then picked up was that one, there is the issue of bill inheritance. In most cases, the original owner of the house is dead, and then somebody took over and then give to. So bill inheritance is a big problem. Sometimes landlords do not pay to the municipality even when tenants have actually paid the bills. So this is another complex issue. So let me quickly summarize. What are some of the key lessons? So for us to distinguish the lessons, we then needed to analyze the implementing environment by looking at the social environment of the metro, the technical environment, the economic, ecological, political, and historical environment. So some of the lessons from the economic environment, some of the lessons that we've learned, and some of these lessons are actually drawing parallel with what had taken place in the city of Cape Town, is that there is a need to ensure adequate financial resources, especially for water services delivery. And what the metro was actually projecting is this idea of ring fencing. So we need to ring fence. We need to ring fence. But also there is a need to practice what we call anticipatory financial governance and planning. You really need to be able to think about the future and begin to plan. And in most of the cases, the responses of the metro were already articulated in their master plan. It's just that the drought then accelerated the implementation of those plans. Another key lesson in the social domain was that there appeared to be mistrust between the metro and especially the community in the low and medium income. And we think that we need to, when you are responding to drought, not just focus on the technical aspect, but also to build trust through open, transparent, and regular communication using multiple channels, especially councillor visiting communities, propagating this message, taking people on board. And then we need to also invest in relationship to foster public confidence, and relationship in terms of transversal relationship between municipality and various government officials, relationship between municipality and businesses. Because in the Nelson Mandela Bay, the Nelson Mandela Chamber of Commerce actually did a lot in terms of supporting the metro response to the drought. So finally, I will leave it here. In terms of the technical environment, I've already indicated that there were a lot of water pipe bursts and leaks. Theft and vandalism remain a critical problem even during the drought. And we've been saying this the whole 2 days. So some of the lesson here is that we need to strengthen efficiency and maintain water infrastructure. Very importantly, we need to diversify our water sources. So Wandile, you've just talked about diversifying water sources. We really have to do that. To manage the drought, we really have to also invest in data and expertise. Very, very important. And then secure critical assets. Yesterday, somebody talked about drones. During the drought, there was still a problem. So how do we secure critical water assets and infrastructure to ensure their integrity? And finally, we need to invest in data, predictive capability, and technical expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, Nelson. 2 questions. Okay. Yeah, I'm coming to you now. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out that the study, is it going to go into a phase where you draw parallel lessons, because it was one-sided now? but the title was purporting something else.
So the lessons that I've actually presented, in terms of our analysis of the lessons that came from the Cape Town water drought, they're actually very similar. These lessons that I presented now are very, very similar, but there are other lessons that diverse, which I've not presented. So I've not done, I've decided not to do a table of comparison, but to draw on common lessons that are translated based on what has happened in Cape Town and based on what has happened in Nelson Mandela Bay.
Okay. The question, sir.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. My sincere apologies for arriving late.
Back there.
Okay. Good morning, Program Director and colleagues. My sincere apologies for arriving late. On the other side of the province, it's raining, so that's why we got stuck. Chair, I think the first one was also covered by the previous speaker. We appreciate the presentation, Chair. I think that from my side, there are just few issues of clarity. The first one, on the presentation, on the consumption diagram. On the other hand, you are comparing, you are indicating the output of the treatment works, and then comparing it with the consumption. I think then now we are lacking there, because I would expect to compare the output with the demand. Then now at least then we can see exactly what exactly is the demand there, because the output of a water treatment plant, it speaks to its capacity, not the demand from the population. So that is one thing that I've noticed there. And then also in terms of the Nelson Mandela, when we talk of Nelson Mandela, I thought when you talk of the dam capacities and the stuff, you will also, because we're talking about drought, you will then now also map up other water users, such as your agriculture, your industries. Because now the focus now is only on domestic, but we're talking about drought, and drought affects both agricultural and industrial. So I think that element also, I found it very missing there. And then also on your the last point, when you were projecting your, so the second last point, when you're projecting your salary, your pay slip, your statement there. So you are saying it's a low income. So is it an indigent house? Is it an RDP house? Is it a low income? Because a low income is meaning this person is working, earning the lowest in the bracket. Indigent is someone who's entitled to those services. An RDP house, a person can get an RDP house while still working. So that I think that example there, it doesn't provide much clarity. And then lastly, on your lesson learned, on your economic, social, and technical, I thought maybe you will also tell us how many people are willing to pay, not paying, how many are able to pay, paying, so that is the economic element that we would want to know. And then your social, in terms of your technical, I think you swap things around, because vandalism is a social issue that has a technical impact. And then so is accountability, it's a political issue, not a social issue. So, of course, I mean, I think those are the things. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Premier. Very quick, sir. I've got two more questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for those questions. I will respond to them very quickly, if you don't mind. So, the metro measure consumption at this stage by work output. That is how they measure consumption, which is different from demand. So, how much water is being supplied? So, once it is supplied, they take that water as consumed in a way, but it's not true, because there's no revenue, there's water losses and all of that. So the graph that I show just tells you the the work output over time, which the metro uses as a measure of consumption. Then in terms of the bill, that bill came from an RODP house, and the person is working, but is a low-income earner. So it's an RODP house. Vandalism. Yeah, vandalism is a social issue, but has a direct technical impact. So in terms of a technical lesson, how do you secure? So the security of your infrastructure, and your technical assets is what that lesson is speaking to, that you have to secure your technical asset, your infrastructure, because there is a social problem, which is vandalism. I've forgotten I know there was another one, but I've forgotten about that.
We'll engage. One more question, and then we move on. Thank you.
Yeah, agriculture and industry. Remember, agriculture, industry, and businesses, yes, we did that, but I've not presented that. The report will be published soon, so I will really invite people to engage the report.
Okay.
To advertise the reports.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you. Mine is short. I just wanted to check in terms of the community behavior, comparing the two, because I know that with the metro, they did a lot in terms of communicating and putting the information out there. However, we didn't see much in terms of changing behavior from the community, reducing consumption and stuff. But when you look from Cape Town, they did communicate, and that the behavior honestly changed. So I just wanted to see what did you find out? What made them the two? When you compare, what were maybe maybe what have you identified which made them to differ between the two metros? Thank you.
So you are very right, because one of the biggest problems that the metro identified, even though they were communicating, the biggest failure was that there was no much behavioral change. One of the things that we picked up is that there is a deep mistrust between the community, especially those in the RODP, informal settlement, low income. There's a deep mistrust between them and the metro. And you must also remember that during this period, I did not present the political aspect. During this period, the metro was really going through a lot of political turbulence in terms of change, in terms of, in fact, at some point, when we were engaged, okay, let me not say that here. But at some point, I just wanted to flag that at some point, there appear to be two municipal managers at some point, right? So because of that political turbulence, there was a lot of mistrust between, on the one hand, the metro, and on the other hand, the community. And the people cannot distinguish between the political side of the metro from the administrative technical side. The metro is one, according to them. Whereas in Cape Town, there was quite coherent, cohesive, political moving in one direction during that time, and that infused into what I call neighborhood kind of washing over each other during especially in some aspects, in some areas of Cape Town. But some of the work that we've also done in Cape Town also suggests that even though people were responding, in places like Bishop Court, people were still using a lot of water. And I have not presented that here.
Okay, thank you. Now you can go and sit down.
Thank you.
Leave my program, please. Thank you. Okay, thanks, colleagues. I'm very happy we have the primary clients in-house. and they are asking pertinent questions. This is exactly what we want, because if you can't identify the problem properly, then you cannot address it for sure. You will miss the point. So I'm very happy to have the Bay, the Makanda, and other municipalities. These solutions, colleagues, are there, Mr. Nkongla. These solutions are there, really. We did the same thing, or not same thing, but almost the same thing on rehabilitation of Barnett's River here in Kebeka, funded by the municipality themselves. For reasons they know why they fixed the system, and we produced everything that they wanted. I'm hoping that, as Nontanta asked, is there a follow-up? Is there next stuff to be done? And my lady is also asking the same thing there. There must be monitoring and evaluation. There must be sustainability and continuity, and that is in your hands. Once we have done the research, handed over the plan or whatever, the tool, on our side, we have to move to the next step. Yeah, very quick then, we move to the next one. I just don't understand, Andrew, maybe you do. Why do we always jump for importing water from elsewhere? Think about Namibia next door. Think about Sudan. When you say you're a water scarce country, think about Botswana. Think about Iraq. Those guys are alive. And I think even their GDP is above us. Maybe I'm wrong there. But think about that. It has got something to do with how we use our water. So please, guys. Next speaker, I'm not a preacher here. You take over, sir.
Morning, everyone.
Tabo's coming again for the second time.
Thanks, Bonan. Morning, everyone. I'm going to talk about intellectual property management. And I know when I come on stage, people get afraid because when you talk about IP, everyone's eyes open up and it's a scary topic. But before I start, a lot of people probably attended this, but they don't know exactly what does WRC do. So WRC funds research, development, and innovation in the water sector. So we actually give people money, universities, private companies, government institutions, money to actually do research, development. When I say development, it's to create maybe technologies and so on. Innovation is to take those technologies into the market, which are water related. Also in our business model, so that money that we normally give comes from a levy that we receive from, it's a little percentage of all the water that is consumed in the country. But we also get money from external partners like the United Nations and so on. Also, municipalities can fund us directly. So a municipality can come and say, we've got this problem, which is a need-based kind of research. For example, maybe Makanda says, no, we've got non-revenue water problem. You guys are experts in research. We've got 5 million budget. Can you actually undertake this research? And then we'll take that money as a conduit, maybe give it to Roads, and Roads actually does that research and development for us. And then we give you the results. Why am I explaining this is so that people can understand how we actually do business as a government institution. Now, what most people don't know as well, maybe I should actually maybe open up in the room. Do people know any amazing water innovations that were developed in the country? Everyone's quiet, but we've got research. Does anyone know of any, even one? Yes.
Water out of the atmosphere.
What out? Okay. Yes.
Hendrik Marishano's showerless bath, something like that. Waterless bath.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Do you guys know that the membranes for desalination that take seawater and turn it into fresh water was actually developed in South Africa? People don't know that. But that technology was taken by the Israelis and they commercialized it. And now we're buying those same membranes to desalinate water in the country. And that's one of the examples. Even the BNR systems that are used by every municipality, biological nutrient removal, were developed in GCT. The technology was taken to the UK and we ended up buying it and importing it back. So a lot of work has been done in the country in terms of research, development, and innovation. But we've lost it. Why do we lose it? One, it's because water is seen as a constitutional right in the country. People view it not as a business or something that you can make money out of. Most researchers, even who do RDI, even at Rhodes, I won't mention names, they want to give away these things for free. They do the research and they publish, and that's the end of it. In actual fact, I've met a lot of people who've just gone into the archives of the WRC, read research reports, and started businesses from those reports. All the information is there, but people don't read. I've attended meetings here in Eastern Cape where people ask me, how do you build this? And I say, there's a report that tells you that. But no one is reading. Maybe it's our fault as WRC, or it's the fault of the public, we don't know, but we have to find a way to actually disseminate. And intellectual property is one of those methods wherein we try and protect these innovations and take them into the market. It's not the only way, but there is a law within the government that was actually promulgated so that we stop the flight of IP leaving the country and going to other markets. And then we have to buy it back. For municipalities, for example, one of the biggest weaknesses I've seen, municipalities keep paying for the same thing over and over again. So IP is very important. So for example, you have an engineer, you say, design this for me. 6 years later, you repay the same engineer for the same design. So IP is very important. Now, I work in the TTO of the WRC, which is the Technology Transfer Office. I work with University TTO, so every university in the country has got a Technology Transfer Office. I also work with private sector, so if we fund private companies, I work with them to try and protect those innovations for the good of the country and also to take them out into the market. Now, what is my mandate is to connect RDI with stakeholders, including industry, to be compliant with the act which I talked about, the IPR Act of 2008, to promote high tech in the water and sanitation industry. Now, people don't know this. I could get shot for saying this, but you know, in water is one of the only industries where I can say every answer already exists. I know this sounds weird, but in terms of technology, I can put my head on the line and say every answer already exists. It's just the will to implement it and the cost of implementation. That is the problem. So we also want to support economic growth in the country and to assure socially responsible use of national research outcomes for the benefit of society. Now, our stakeholders, like I said, are universities, inventors, sponsors, industry, collaborators, government, public, and also the university IP offices. And the inventor for us is a key stakeholder. These are the people who are doing RDI and coming up with the innovations. And this can be anyone, guys. I think people always think maybe it's a professor in a lab and he's the one who comes up with something. A person in a municipality who does day-to-day work, when he changes something, that's IP. In that plant, he can change just one thing, and because he's got the knowledge and that municipality has the knowledge, it's kept there, but it's not transferred to the other municipalities. And we would like to see that transfer occurring throughout the country. Now, what are IP assets? IP assets are the creations of the mind that you actually have created, and there's a need for proper IP asset management within all institutions. There are many reasons for that. I won't go into it right now, but I'll talk about the IPR Act of 2008, which was promulgated by the country, like I said, to stop the flight of IP leaving the country. So under this act, the most important thing is when we fund you, you must ensure that you protect your innovations. Firstly, actually, you have to identify them. Then you have to protect them. And lastly, you have to commercialize them for the benefit of the republic or the country. That is, it shouldn't just stay in the lab, they should actually end up in the market. Now, our IP policy, which flows directly from the Act, includes our staff and also how we conduct our business. And we usually conduct our business through 2 contracts, which is the standard memorandum of agreement, which we sign with researchers, and secondly, through a full cost contract, which we sign with the researchers or anyone who we're doing business with. And both of them have got different ways of working. Generally, the standard MOA states that if we fund you, the IP belongs to the person that we funded. So even if it's a university or it's a private company, the IP belongs to you. But you've got first right of refusal where you can do anything with the IP. But if you fail to commercialize it, you give it back to us and we commercialize it on your behalf. But you still have first right of refusal. In a full cost contract, we own the IP. We will fund you fully. There's no co-funding. It's a full funded project, and that IP then belongs to the WRC. Our provisions in our IP policy are very simple. The main thing that the WRC is interested in its mandate is copyright for dissemination purposes. Now, what do I mean by that? When we produce these reports and research, what we want is that information so that we can replicate it and give it to other people. WRC must be acknowledged in all dissemination activities. So for the researchers in the room, when you go and present in Singapore and all these places, you must write that this was funded by the Water Research Commission. And like I said, the default position is that the institution shall own the IP except if there's joint creatorship or appropriate arrangements have been made, and we will have an agreement concluded for the commercialization of that intellectual property. These are the scenarios of how WRC can own IP and when they give you free will in terms of commercializing the IP. But what we would like to see when you are commercializing it is the principles should be about socially responsible licensing. When we say socially responsible licensing, we're saying you don't have to make a lot of money from it. You might just have a cost incurred, especially if it's an innovation that benefits the public. So I can give examples on socially responsible licensing, but I usually go into the drugs and manufacturing and so on when I talk about that. So now there's a new drug, lenacapavir for HIV, the one which prevents HIV. In America, it costs 800,000 Rand. For a dosage for a year. But in South Africa, they want to sell it at 3,600 Rand for a yearly dosage. So that is socially responsible licensing. We're not going to make money out of it because we're trying to make a change for people. Also, what we would like to see is localization. Localization means that if you start a factory, don't take that factory to China. Build it locally, create jobs locally. Also, we'll look at things like triple BEE. That is, we would like you, when you start these companies, or if you've got IP as a university, I see Bonani looking at his time. We would like you to license this technology to broad-based black empowerment, that is to create industries for the previously disadvantaged people. Also support SMMEs, and our preference is that you non-exclusively license it unless you've got a real reason why you want to exclusively license this technology to someone. Why do we don't want exclusive licenses is because you actually trap yourself with one supplier. If that person fails to provide the service, then other people can't get the service because of that one person. So these are the principles that we look at. In terms of benefit sharing, for anyone who's done any research with us and they've produced something as a researcher, or even as a person working in a municipality, one of the greatest things about the Act that I've talked about, it allows for you to get a benefit if that technology is commercialized. And even if you leave that place of employment, you still will get that benefit. So that benefit is 20% for the first 1 million that is generated by innovation, thereafter 30% of the net revenue. And that allows people to be innovative, to create things, and also know that they will receive a benefit once they've done these innovations. Now, we also provide incentives for researchers and staff. Non-financial incentives are things like recognition, flexible working hours, rights to publish. We can even return the IP to the inventor, depending. And as well, you know, if we funded you once and you keep creating IP, we'll keep funding you as well. So there are many non-financial incentives to actually engaging in IP creation. You can have career advancement and the financial incentives that I've talked about. Now, according to the Act, the government in a state of emergency has the entitlement to walk in or march into your rights. Now, this part of the law is universal. Even if you go to America, it's the same law. I know people, their hair is probably going up now saying, oh, the government can. No, only in a state of emergency can they walk in and take your IP and use it. And these marching rights can occur, like I said, if there's a state of emergency, like if there's a failure in terms of water provision. For a period, if the president announces a state of emergency, we can take any IP and use it for the benefit of the people. Oh, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
You see, when I left in 3 minutes, you must finish. You don't have a choice. Colleagues, we are between tea and ourselves now, but you know, this is IP. There must be a question for sure. Okay, there you are, Prof.
Yes, I'll be quick.
Yes.
I'm speaking on behalf of the universities and to a certain extent trying to respond to the question that came from the Office of the Premier yesterday. When we publish as universities, we are given a list of DHET accredited journals so that we don't publish in predatory journals. And that contributes to our career advancement, because when you are rated for NRF, etc., they see that you're publishing in the right place. I wonder if the Water Research Commission could have a similar archive, because a lot of my publications indicate that I was funded by the Water Research Commission. Imagine if you could have a similar archive of the Water Research Commission generated publications, for lack of a better word. That would be very useful, because now you know as a researcher that you're recognized by WRC. But the second point is, you know, you've got those benefits. I don't see any one of them speaking to employability of the people who generated IP, which is postgraduate students mainly. As professors, we use those people. Imagine if there was a connection between the producer of the IP, which is a postgrad student or postdoc, and how they then are employed by whatever company that is going to benefit from it. Also think about that.
Okay, thanks.
So I agree with the first point that, and I think as the WRC, we are working towards having an archive, but we've got a different name for it, where we will have all the information and it will be readily accessible, and we're digitizing all the information as well for easy accessibility. In terms of the second question, so when you look at our IP policy, we're actually driving entrepreneurship more than anything. We want people, those same students, to create businesses, and we fund those businesses. It's not that we are just talking and we're saying these things. We actually fund. Right now, I can give an example. There's a lady, Musa Ndlovu. She's from Eastern Cape. She runs a company called ProTap. I think someone discussed it here, where she's digitizing the process controllers. We have funded her initially to the tune of 2.7 million. To start up that company and grow it. Now she's made sales within the municipalities for about 9 million in the last 12 months. you see.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Next time you have an event like this, come with short videos of the success stories of Water Research Commission and impact.
We actually had it, but we didn't have time. Go. We actually had it, Prof, but we did not load it this morning because of time. But I understand the program director overall understands that as well, that a program should not be overpacked. We need to interrogate and talk about this. Colleagues, those who are presenting, okay, round of applause again. Thank you very much. Those who are presenting in the next session now, starting at 10:30, we are not shifting from the starting time. Please load, don't have tea, coffee, come here, we load so that when you come back, we start. Thank you. Okay, they are all here. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's enjoy tea and come back really at 10:30, because Stanley has got a lot to tell us about. Thank you. Okay. I hate a little bit of your time.
Yes, a lot. Not a little bit, a lot.
These things are very good.
So you managed to
Shall we put the video on now? We'll start the video and then we'll go to the presentation.
or just so that you just minimize it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just minimize it so
Okay.
that. Let me just,
Where did you put it? Where's it gone?
there.
Oh, there.
So-
and then the presentation.
So at the presentation, it will be a matter of just pressing escape and then coming to the video. Let me make it like this and then just pressing play.
Yeah. And then how
Is
do
there
I
a
get?
sound?
And then how do I get the presentation?
So I'm back to facilitate the next session, and this will be the innovations side of the presentations. And these innovations that you're going to see are funded by the WRC, where we've aided them to try and get them into the market. Some of the technologies were not developed locally, but are being commercialized by local partners and local entrepreneurs. Without further ado, can I call Mr. Nick Snaith from PASEP to give us a presentation for the LADIPA process. Like a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 10 minutes is a very short time to explain what I've got to explain, but let's get going. And I've got a video, as one was requested, and I've just got to learn how to click the right thing now. It was all ready. Where's it? The
LADIPA biosolids treatment process. Upon sludge delivery, plastics are removed, screened through a trommel rotor spiral, passes through an odor-controlled extruder, undergoes 5 stages of infrared UV pasteurization. Sterilized biosolids are enriched with humates and lime, then pelletized, bagged, and sent to farms. The result, a scalable, mobile, pathogen-free carbon fertilizer that cuts irrigation needs, turning waste into agricultural value. The LADIPA biosolids treatment process.
I hope you enjoyed that video. That was at KwaMashu, and we've just started. This project started in 2016 when we had a trial machine at Tongaat, and we started making fertilizer, and we put it in crops, all sorts of crops, and it had magnificent results. So now, click the next one. So our background, we've got to understand where we all come from. Civilization requires, first of all, agriculture. We need to feed ourselves. Then we've got to make sure we're secure. We've got to build armies and look after ourselves and protect ourselves. Then we've got to start living and educate, health, and all those sort of things come into play. But it starts with agriculture. And food production is as important now as it was back in history, irrespective of climate change. We just have to adapt. Agriculture being both a science and an art, it's the trick of balancing the two. There's a feel in agriculture, but there's also the science behind it. And often the two go together, mostly, but often it doesn't. And it's quite interesting how that works. And climate change is a reality, but we've still got to keep producing food in a carbon efficient manner. However, all of that needs to be done at scale. So the LADIPA aims are the follows. Eliminate the problem of human waste by re-engineering it into a financially viable beneficiation. We can benefit. One man's rubbish is another man's gold, if you remember that. Improve the quality of our agriculture and recreational soils. A lot of our football fields, soccer fields, our cricket grounds are naked by the middle of the winter, and therefore our sport doesn't carry on. We're looking at agriculture and recreational. And when I say agriculture, I'm meaning arable land and grazing land, and that comes out a bit later. We've got to improve water holding capacity and reduce the runoff. I wrote a diagram after a long discussion of yesterday, how to explain how that actually all works and why it's directly related to what we put in the soil and how we build a soil health. And we've got to optimize regenerative agriculture. We've got to regenerate, we've got to not deplete. We've been depleting for far too long. After the Second World War, the average soil organic matter level in the average arable land around the world was 5%. Today, it's 1%, and in some areas less than 1%. The whole of the Free State, less than 1%. North Coast, Sugar Belt, Eastern Cape, less than 1%. So here we go. So in a nutshell, what you saw in the video was exactly what you're seeing here. There's the plant. The first container on the far left is where the LaDepa machine is. The middle container is where the blending and bagging happens. And the last container is an office. So it starts with the sludge at the top. We take out the plastic, or it can be delivered in sludge form, i.e. from the back of a lorry. You'll see a photograph of that in a minute. It then gets put on a table, on a slow rotating conveyor, and then it goes under those, you saw in the video, those red infrared lights. And then it comes out like that. And it drops down, and then it cools off, and it gets bagged. By the time it comes here, it is pathogen-free, it is ascari-free, no worms, and it is pharmaceutically free, because there's those three main issues. And then the other issue is heavy metals. We test for heavy metals as well. So we make sure the sludge that we use doesn't come, that's got an industrial bias to it. But again, all that's got to be tested. Then it goes into that plant, and then it comes out and we blend it, bottom left corner, and that's a typical blend, about 65 kilograms of dried human poo, and you blend that with other additives to make a commercially viable, balanced fertilizer that a soil sample has been taken on a farm, and you talk to a farmer in Glovu, what does he want to grow? You can blend a fertilizer to balance his soils to produce an optimum crop for what he wants to grow. So it's variable. And then we also, I've done some trials on just granulating it, because pelletizing is quite energy expensive. So granulation is also a good way. And straight human poo has got a very high specific gravity. So pelletizing something like that is quite tricky. It's about 1.6. And then on vegetables, we can use it, leafy vegetables, and we can get some very nice crops out of here. Now, the cost of this, the cost of getting rid of 1 ton of sludge is about 1,000 rand, transport and landfill, if we're not pumping it into the ocean, which is, we cannot carry on doing that, is about 1,000 rand. The electric cost and the cost of doing this to this ton of sludge, don't forget it's got moisture in it, so we're going to end up with more than a ton, of having done more than a ton, is about 400 rand. So we're 600 rand a head per ton. Plus, we are going to improve our crop value because we're improving the nutrient density within our crop. We're improving the soil quality, and we are conserving water, because the more you improve your soil, the more water your soil can hold. Humans, and basically all mammals, they eat 3% of their weight. So that's what we all eat. And then you excrete about 20% of that out. So we're looking at average, let's call it 100 kgs. I know we're not all 100 kgs, but let's look at that, keep the sums easy. That's half a kg of poop coming out of every person every day. For a 3 million population like Durban, you're looking at 1,500 tons a day. Now, if we process that, that'll turn into about 1,000, maybe 1,200 kilograms of fertilizer. Okay? Now, these are the various types of sludge we've got. When that happened, this photograph, that top left-hand corner, that was a problem in the sludge. So that can get pumped straight into a silo, and that silo straight into a LaDepa to dry that sludge. Bottom left is a sludge one. That's what soil should look like. Healthy on the left, you've got a full microbe, you've got crop cover. This is desert. This is the Free State. This is the Eastern Cape now. What we want to do, we want to regenerate our soil. To that left-hand picture, you see that sponge. You see that nice dark soil. That's the sponge. That's what retains the water. Every 1% of organic matter, you're retaining another 17,000 liters of water per hectare. That's significant. And it reduces runoff, increases infiltration, and there you've got the other stuff. And on the other side, this is what we're doing at the moment, and overgrazing. So it's not just arable, it's all going down the river. So here we go with principles of regenerative agriculture using this fertilizer. Minimize soil. I'm running out of time. You can see all those crops and then end up with that fertilizer. Manage your water better. How we put our water on is very important. Now, this is the diagram I did. So now, left-hand side, that's overgrazing and bad agriculture, far too many diskings and ploughing. The 3-furrow plough is the worst thing brought into this country because it just ruins our soil. And you end up with a big compaction layer, and that's your root zone. So your maize or your grass just grows there. There's your soil gamma less than 1%. You can read the diagram, and you can see the arrows. They're not calibrated arrows, by the way. They're just guesstimations. Okay, that's a big rain. Most of it comes off. Only a little bit goes in the soil, and hardly any goes to groundwater. Here we've got deep root zone. You've got that big sponge level. Your organic matter is up to 5 to 12, 14%. Here's your sponge. You're retaining most of that water, and that's going to groundwater, and only a little bit of runoff of clean water, because you're not eroding the soil, because you've got crop cover and you're not overgrazing your ground. Here's overgrazing. I want you to focus on just this picture here. This was a fence project we did outside Mthatha, Nise, the area is. Some of you will know it. We put a fence up because we had crops this side. That's what it looks like now. Today it'll look like that, short, shaven. I don't know why, it's always like that, but we do know why. That, we put a fence up, and that's what grew. But that's what only grew. You've got long, tall thatch grass, which nobody eats. And all the good stuff, or so-called good stuff, is still very short. So you're not gaining anything. That is a waste of time. So when we say the Eastern Cape is fertile, it's not fertile. It's potentially fertile. And potentially, yes, and it was mentioned yesterday, sorry, that's my time. It was mentioned yesterday that the Eastern Cape can feed Southern Africa. Yes, it can, but it can't like that. It's got to be fixed. And this is how we propose to fix it. Using technology, you can see those different pictures, and we did all that. Year 1, 6 tons a hectare. By year 5, had the money not run out, we'd be on 14 tons a hectare now. So there's a couple of pictures. That's quite an interesting thing. So that point of 44,000 hectares of forestry that we've got to destroy to feed more people because we've got more people is absolute nonsense. It's 250,000 hectares that I know of in the Eastern Cape that can produce year 1, 6 tons a hectare maize, and you can do a winter crop in that as well. We've done it. Outside Nise, we did it. You can, with no-till farming, you can double up your production. Regenerative, that's what a crop looks like. Conventional, First World War scenario. And we don't forget, we're coming up to 11th of November, so please not forget. But that shows you what we are doing to the soil today. That's what we're doing. Technology, we've done technology, and personal training, but the LADEPA process can save. We can take your pit latrine, we can play sludge, we just adjust how we apply it onto that drying table. It's scalable, transportable, and it is in 2 containers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick, for that wonderful presentation. You see what is happening. You're taking waste to money. You're creating something which was waste. You can actually create money around it. You can create a business. And this is what, when we talk about the circular economy, this is exactly what we're talking about. But we need everyone to participate, from the government, the economic departments, to work with entrepreneurs like Nick. Thank you, Nick, again. Can I call? No questions at the end. Can I call Miss Marie Louise now to the podium? Oh, you're Marie today, okay. So we'll have Tim presenting on the new generator toilet system. And anyone who's got questions, please just write them down. At the end of the session, we'll be able to interact with all the entrepreneurs and ask them the questions. Tim, over to you.
Cool. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for taking the time. I'm here to present on the new generator, which is a water-efficient sanitation system. Essentially, what it does is recycle black water and turns it back into flushing water. And this project was funded by the WRC, and we're very grateful to be in this forum to discuss it with you. I don't think we need to spend too much time on the need for decentralized sanitation, but at a glance, over 20 million South Africans don't have adequate sanitation. Implementing flushed sewers is also going to take a lot of time, and that also goes into dysfunctional wastewater treatment works. So what we need to do is kind of reevaluate the sanitation chain. And that's what SASTEP and WRC have done with looking at reinvented toilets. And essentially what it is looking at circular off-grid technologies that also create an economy around the sanitation problem that we're experiencing. So how does the new gen fulfill these aims? The first aspect is that it's non-sewered, so it doesn't need to be connected to a grid. It is solar powered, so it can be installed in areas where there's no electricity. And the benefits it offers are manifold. So it produces nutrients, it produces flush water, and it also has the potential to produce energy in the form of biogas. And it's compatible with many different types of installations within South Africa. So at the bottom left there, you can see that there's multi-user toilets. So these can be community ablution blocks. They can be schools where they have just toilets. And it's also compatible with brand new sort of installations where we bring in toilets to areas that previously had pit latrines or chemical toilets. And then on the right, that's the new gen system itself. So it slots in at the back end of whatever conventional or existing toilet system is on the site. So how does it work? Essentially, it's a circular system. So we have core screening to remove any rags or debris, and that's really important because you don't want the accumulation of inorganics within the system. We have a conservancy tank that helps balance out the peaks. We have an anaerobic baffled reactor. And essentially that does the biological degradation. And the benefit being anaerobic is that sludge production is also kept to a minimum. We use an ultrafiltration membrane to reject the solids as well as bacteria. And then we use a nutrient capture system to absorb the nutrients. And then finally, activated carbon removes the odor as well as the color from the water. And then it's returned back to the toilet for flushing after being disinfected. This is also quite an interesting space because the regulations around flush water are still in development, and we're hoping to get them ratified with SABS as well as ISO. But currently the working standards are what's called ISO 3500. So that's what we adhere to in terms of our treatment goals. We've discussed how it fits into the conventional back end. But in terms of models, what we have is the new Gen 100 and the new Gen 800. So the 100 is suitable for a population of about 100 people. So it treats 1 to about 1.25 cubes a day. And then the 800 is for 800 individuals, and that's treating 8 to 10 cubes a day. So those numbers might strike you as low, but when you think about black water itself, that is just urine and feces. So it's an incredibly highly loaded stream of pollutants. Conventional wastewater works will treat maybe 500 to 700 milligrams per liter of COD. Our systems can go up to about 5,000 milligrams per liter of COD and 400, 500 milligrams of total nitrogen. So they are very loaded systems in terms of pollutants. And they're all pre-built in a 6-meter or 12-meter shipping container for easy rollouts. So some of the applications that we're excited to share, or the use cases that we've done. The first one was in Soweto in Johannesburg, and that was the unit that we imported from the University of South Florida, another project partner. So we learned a lot of valuable lessons there. So we industrialized this unit with the help of WRC and SASTEP. So we took that American-built container and then improved it for South African rollouts. And that was done here in the Eastern Cape, at Kanyasani Junior Primary School in Bizana. So that's the WEC, or the South African Industrialized Unit. It's got bigger tanks, a slightly larger container, and a lot. The parts were a lot easier to come by, so that you can get them from sort of builder's warehouse or from local plumbing stores, so that any issues could be resolved locally. This was a very cool scenario because this school had flushing toilets, but it was serviced only by rainwater capture. So what that meant was that for about 9 months of the year, the school couldn't use those flushing toilets. So the students either had to bring water in to flush the toilets, and it would go to a septic tank, or they would use pit latrines, which were later demolished after the new gen was installed. So this encouraged year-round use of toilets for the students. The next site we built was in Malacca Road Informal Settlement in KZN. So these are the two main use cases where we found This was the two main use cases where we found NewGen to be particularly competitive, is in rural schools where there is no connection to grid, as well as informal settlements where there's high densification of dwellings and also a lack of connection to the grid. The installation here in Malacca, we went with the NewGen 800, so that was the one that's treating about 8,000 liters per day. It also has a multiplier, so that's the unit that treats the grey water from the community. The grey water is interesting because that's part of the WRC investigation, so we want to assess, based on the quality of the grey water we're producing, final applications for that grey water, because currently that grey water is safely disposed to the environment, but we do think there's ways of valorizing the grey water within that community. In particular, laundry, because that seems to be the highest use of water in that area. On the bottom right, you can see some of the results. So this is the raw feed over here. This is after the membrane, so you can see it's got a stream that's got a high level of clarity, but it's still got color. And then this is the final water that goes to the toilets. Within the Eastern Cape, we've also installed about 15 plants across rural schools within the area, and these were all NewGen 100s. So those plugged into an existing toilet system that was built by the schools, and then the NewGen was put on the back end. So there was a lot of lessons learned here. So a lot of it had to do with integration to the existing toilet system. Because it's a closed loop, it's really essential that we develop these projects with the builders or the civil contractors so that we ensure that it's leak-free, because if you have a small leak, you lose your closed loop. So we've still got some of those teething issues that we're working out, but it's an incredibly exciting use case for us. So we're excited to grow in that market in the future. And yeah, sorry, I wanted to be quick, but really just want to thank the WRC and all of the stakeholders within this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim, so much for that presentation. As you can see, we're in the Eastern Cape, and one of the biggest problems in the Eastern Cape has been kids falling into pit latrines. And there's a solution available that would actually end that problem. Yes, it's costly, but it works. Having said that, can I call Dr. Helen Ndlovu to come and give us a presentation on harnessing drone technology for climate resilient agriculture?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you all are well. My name is Helen Snathemba Ndlovu. It's a great honor today that I will be presenting to you on the potential of drone technology as well as remote sensing at large when it comes to improving the resilience of smallholder farming systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not a matter of smallholder farmers are facing stress. We know that they are facing stress, but it's a matter of how quickly can we respond when the stress has been imposed on these farming systems. So this is where our innovation comes in. To set the stage, climate change, as we know, is a global environmental threat that has adverse impacts on our agricultural production. And this is particularly the case in smallholder farming systems who already have the challenges of this is particularly the case in developing regions who are already challenged by existing challenges of hunger and food insecurity. And we see that this is specifically the case in smallholder farming systems who are most vulnerable to these impacts because of their reliance on rainfall and their reliance on traditional techniques, right? So unlike your commercial farmers who have the resources, who have the technology, smallholder farmers don't have this. And therefore, this does then call for a transformative, climate-smart paradigm shift in agriculture, where we move towards prioritizing innovation, technology adoption, as well as empowering the farmers for us to strengthen our adaptive capacity in light of climate change. And we see that when crops are stressed, they don't show the stress immediately, or at least what we could see with our naked eye. But physiologically, we see that a large amount of changes take place. When crops are stressed, we see that an increase of temperature, decrease perhaps in the chlorophyll content, decrease in the soil moisture content. These are the physiological changes that are taking place. So if we could monitor these changes across the growing season, right, till the end of the growing season, we could then be able to track the status of these crops and apply necessary interventions. Traditional methods of doing this crop analysis are accurate. However, ladies and gentlemen, they are time-consuming. They are not feasible for the continuous monitoring of these crops at each growth stage. And for this reason, we see that satellite technology does allow us to cover a broader range. However, these are limited by the low spatial resolution, temporal resolutions. And then this does then bring me to this, what you guys would have seen outside for the past 2 days, the drone technology. If we could mount high-resolution thermal, multispectral, and LiDAR sensors on this technology, we could then acquire high-resolution spatial data where we could zoom in at a centimeter level of these crops. So research has shown that if we can combine remotely sensed data from your satellites, from your drone technology, with your biophysical variables going into the field, getting the status quo, combining that with climatic variables, and then using AI and machine learning, we could develop such predictive models whereby we could see the status of these crops as well as predict the status of these crops. And this doesn't just stop there. We're not just capturing single moments. We can look at this throughout the growing season. We could look at the yield predictions at the end of the seasons. And we could then be able to come up with high-resolution spatial and temporal maps that show this variability across the field. And then, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this leads to publications, contributions to the scientific community. But the question remains, beyond the publications, what is the value? How does the farmer benefit? How does policymakers benefit? How can we inform decision making? So these papers, if we stop at this point, we are now falling into the linear approach that Dr. Nyambo spoke about yesterday. And this approach then allows us to be working in silos where we collect the data, we produce the maps, we publish these papers, but the impact is not realized. So instead, the real value lies in us transforming these models into real-time monitoring digital tools whereby we could see the status of these crops to assist farmers in real time. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are proposing is a system whereby community and stakeholder needs are prioritized from inception, whereby we could come up with a transformative, climate-smart digital tool that has digital features that could support crop water monitoring, crop status monitoring. What is the status of my crops? Are my crops healthy? Are they stressed? Do I require fertilizer? We could then also look at issues of climate warning. Smallholder farmers need to be warned when there are extreme weather events that are upon us, when there's heat risks that are heat alerts needs to be provided to them. And then it's also important that because we are working in smallholder farming systems with a lack of resources, it's important that they're able to share the resources that they have. So if this tool could assist in scheduling the tractors that could be shared across farmers, irrigation equipment, as well as connecting these smallholder farmers with the local markets so that the produce that they are producing can be purchased and match the demand at which they are farming these at. And very importantly, it should be a resource or knowledge sharing hub where indigenous knowledge and scientific research meet for us to learn from each other. And of course, the considerations of this tool is that it must be user-friendly, it must be accessible, and it must be able to be adapted into the local languages, into isiXhosa, into isiZulu, so people can understand at the local level exactly the materials that we have produced for them. So we do have global as well as local examples which we can draw inspiration from. For instance, we have the CSIR's Precision Agriculture Information System tool in South Africa. We have Digital Green Advisory Platform, which is in India, and this one connects the farmers directly with knowledge through digital extensions. And we also have the Plant Village Neuro AI app, which is from Kenya, and basically farmers are able now to diagnose the pests as well as diseases in real time just from their smartphones. So these cases, ladies and gentlemen, show us what is possible out there. And the model that we are proposing, as you can see, we have at the core the smallholder farmers, the smallholder communities, because such innovations must be developed with them at the center, at the focus of whatever we are trying to achieve. Surrounding them, our key stakeholders, our extension officers, local and regional government, municipalities, our NGOs, and other agencies that we could draw from and assist to support these smallholder systems. And then, of course, what's making all of this possible? Your machine learning, your AI, integrating these climatic variables, biophysical variables, and then to ensure that we could reach our outcomes, which is improving water productivity, early stress detection, as well as building climate resilience within these smallholder farming systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about drones. It is not just another dashboard, but it's about building a living, breathing ecosystem whereby your farmers, your scientists, your policymakers can all collaborate to build resilience and enhance impact. So too often we have a situation where farmers are left out whenever such technologies are introduced. They are seen as the end users of these products. And we need to break this cycle. We need to ensure that the communities themselves are trained, right? They are trained digitally how to use these tools. They are trained on how to interact in these environments, right? To equip them to be active players in the digitization of agriculture. And ladies and gentlemen, the technology gap on its own cannot close the agricultural productivity gap, right? It's very important that the communities are at the center, that the communities are trained for impact in this regard. And for us involving the community, it will create a sense of ownership. It will create a sense of the tool being used, really used by the community for the benefit of the community. And very important, from the fields, the site visits that we do, we get to engage a lot with the youth in the area, and we know that the youth is the future generation of scientists. So it's great that we could bring the youth on from a very early stage and get them interested in agricultural production. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of my presentation, I just want to highlight that the time to digitize agriculture is now. We are in the digital agricultural revolution in this current time. We are moving away from our manual, indigenous sort of farming practices, and we are trying to incorporate more autonomous ways of agriculture. And we often see that smallholder farming systems are unfortunately left out of such technology advances and innovation. So therefore, it's important that we come together as researchers, as scientists, as key stakeholders in the sector to bridge this digital divide and ensure that we have an agriculture system that is resilient, that is food secure, and that benefits local food security. That brings me to the end of my presentation. However, since we could not bring the batteries with us due to flight limitations, I've added this short clip where you'll be able to see exactly how we go to the field, we collect this data, what we are doing inside, and just a short something that my team and I in KZN have been working on. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the WRC for having me.
Thank you, Doc, for that wonderful presentation. As you can see, we are doing a lot of work as the Water Research Commission. And a lot of this work, we would love to see the Department of Agriculture here in the Eastern Cape taking up this work, using this technology in the rural areas, and even and to develop farming, because the Eastern Cape, actually, that could be the backbone of the economy. So, having said that as well, there are so many crops which we view, which are actually like in the Western Cape, which are farmed there, things like grapes. Those are high-value crops. And the yield is annual. You know, you plant the crop, you just prune the grapes, and you keep making money for eternity. But a lot of the farmers do not know that. So someone's laughing at the back. But literally, we should be encouraging these high-value crops and using technology like this to actually improve the yields and improve the ecosystem. Having said that, we are coming to the end of our innovations side of the presentations. Can I ask Mr. Mahoka Muremi to come in front from the ARC? To give us a presentation on the plant-in-a-bag innovation technology.
If you don't mind, can you just leave that for a while?
Okay. At the end, I'm following proper protocol. I'll bring all the presenters to stand in line and you can ask them questions. Please come. Mr. Muremi, it's over to you. You can. Do you want some help?
First. Can I cancel this?
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mahoka Muremi from the Agricultural Research Council in Pretoria. I am here to represent one of my colleagues, which is Dr. Hinza Araya, whom I have been working with in the bag system technology. Ladies and gentlemen, as the previous speakers have spoken and demonstrated that the world is getting warmer and the water is getting more scarce. As you can see on the picture here that people are still queuing for water. If you come from the rural areas, you will know that that process takes hours. You can go there and you can't spend less than 30 minutes. You will queue for more than 4 hours until you get 20 liters of water. And in the Southern Africa, as Dr. Namo has shown, that South Africa is the only country that is water stressed in terms of water availability. And as you can see, one of the farmers that are having a rain-fed fields with the water with the plants that are extremely stressed. As you can see that these leaves are about to reach senescence stage, which means the production is lost completely. So sorry. In South Africa, it's projected that we have about 11 to 13% of available arable space or arable land, the land that we can use to produce food. And as you know, that the population is growing, more people are need food. We don't just need water, we also need food. So the spontaneous thing to do is to increase production. To increase production, it means we have to encroach the natural habitats, which the conservationists, they won't be happy about, because we are disrupting the natural ecosystems that are there in the field. And out of the production that we have, we know that we experience losses due to pests and disease management. There are losses that we experience also exacerbated by the climate change effects. And we all know that farmers, especially smallholder farmers, they spend most of their time doing the manual weeding. They have to weed because in production, once you have water and fertilizers, the weeds, they show up. And once they show up, you know, in competition in terms of nutrients, they always win. Your plants, they will suffer. So in that case, we need to have alternative ways to produce more food because the population is growing. In that case, we introduce the bag system, which is a simple technology that you just need to plant seedlings on top of the bag using readily available materials. It's not things that you have to import or look very far to get. They are always readily available for most people in South Africa. This technology has been advocated and funded by the Water Research Commission to the Agricultural Research Council. This system can be used in marginalized space or urban space. You can produce these vegetables anywhere in the space, as long as there's water and nutrients that you're going to supply. Usually it is lightweight, and then it is also mobile. You can rearrange anytime. And most importantly, it uses significantly lower amount of water when compared to the normal agricultural systems. So through previous research, we compared the bag system and also the normal agricultural setting. And the result has demonstrated that in terms of yield per unit area, the bag system consistently outperformed the field or the flat agricultural system, in a way that the bag system highest yield was at 4.5 kilogram per meter squared, while the bag was at 3 or almost 3 kilogram per meter squared. And what we see is that as the spacing increases, the bag produces more per meter squared, while for the flat-based agriculture, as the spacing increases, the yield decreases. This is due to the competition for nutrients. You know, soil has got limited nutrients. If you don't manage properly your spacing, you will have less yield. Another thing that we have seen, using the same irrigation method, we have seen that the bag system produced more kilograms per cubic meter used. As you can see there, that the bag produced 13.15 kilogram per cubic meter of water that is used, which is one of the significant results that we have seen, that if farmers can adopt this method, considering people have different circumstances. There are those that will need to adopt, there are those that may not. But if you can, these are the results that you will encounter. And then we had a project in Giyani, Limpopo, where different cooperatives, households, and community members, they adopted this technology through the aid of WRC. As you can see, the farmers were enjoying the benefits of the bag system in different villages. It was not just one village. And this continues to show the communities working together for this bag system. And now I want to talk about how and what do you need to have this technology. These are the things that you need to have. You need seedlings, number one, because you can't plant seeds. If you plant seeds on sawdust, the water will just wash it away. So you need seedlings. You can produce yourself or you can go and buy. And then you need an empty sack bag. You need the sawdust. The sawdust is usually with the timber companies. Usually they don't sell it. But usually if you want larger quantities, that's when they put the price. But it's not expensive. You can always access it. And then also you need a watering can. You need a watering can to evenly apply the water on top of the bag, because if you just apply high pressure water, it will wash away the growth medium, and that's not what you want. You also need the scissor. With the scissor, you're going to cut the bag so that you can put the seedling, as it is demonstrated there. One of our employees doing the thing. And then also you need the fertilizer. So usually you can, for home gardening, you can use the multi-feed. With a multi-feed, you can be able to produce vegetables for home consumption. But if it's for commercial basis, you will have to install a proper irrigation for that, so that it can be commercialized, because it will be difficult for you to go with the watering can irrigating each bag. And then after you plug the seedlings, you can water the bag, and then you put it either under the shade net, or you can also put it in the sun. It can still work. And another thing is that it accommodates quite a range of vegetables. It's not just a Swiss chard that you can grow here. You can grow lettuce, you can grow spinach, you can grow kale. It covers quite a lot, and also herbs. You can grow herbs on this technology. And this is another manual that we prepared for people that are interested to adopt this technology. And in conclusion, I would like to say that if the stakeholders, we come together also with the farmers or households that can participate in this, we can achieve a lot in terms of improved food security. The technology itself is cost effective. It also has got environmental benefits, because you actually don't interfere a lot with the natural habitats. It also can improve the community empowerment. And another thing is that you can scale it either for households, maybe in the urban spaces where there's no fertile ground, or you can do it for commercial purposes where there's less resources. And I would like to thank the communities that participated in the project, and also like to thank the WRC for funding this project, and the Department of Agriculture, which is continuing to support us in this kind of projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Muremi, for that wonderful presentation. Please don't go. Please remain here. Can I call Nick Tim and Helen to the front, where we can have a Q&A session. We're actually we're ahead of time right now, so we can actually have a very constructive discussion, and people should be free to ask questions. And I think what we should do is, instead of bombarding them with questions, can someone put up their hand? They ask the question, and the innovator responds. Any questions? Okay. I'll start. Okay, let me start with Bonani because he's right here. Bonani, direct question.
Yes, my question is directed to Nick. Nick, you know we have got extensive sources of pollution these days, and I think you were targeting Durban because you can get a lot of waste in one space. And this is the metros again, where we know that there are a lot of emerging chemicals, things that we don't know how to really handle. You mentioned that you can deal with the heavy metals, you can get rid of that, and there's a proof. How to deal with these emerging chaps? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. A very poignant one, and one that has to be addressed. And then the way we do that is, as the sludge arrives, we test it for multiple reasons. All the scurry, the bacteria, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. If it's deemed unsuitable and we can't get that heavy metal out in our position, then we don't receive any more of that sludge. We cannot use it. However, when we're looking at those levels, we've got to take, this is where the art comes into it, you've got to take into account that if in a ton you've got, and it's showing a high level of, let's say, aluminium or chromium or cadmium, for example. If it's got a relatively high level, that if we ate that whole ton, we would die. That's bad news. But if it's less than that, because don't forget, you're putting it on a field and you're putting about 1 ton a hectare, 1 ton per hectare per annum. So that difference can be, we can look into that and see if that's still going to be an issue, if it's going to be taken up by a plant. If it is, then we definitely don't use that source. But most of the sludge that we get hold of has not got any industrial sludge that comes in. So some of the plants do have, so you avoid those. But what I'm trying to say here is, if you put 50 tons per hectare per annum on that soil, your grandchildren might start getting sick. So that puts it into an element of where we're going with these heavy metals. You've got to be careful of them, but you've got to understand what you are actually doing. Are you with me? Does that help answer a question? If it's too high, we definitely don't use it. If it's workable and the way you apply it to a hectare, if it's still well below the norms, then you're fine to use it. So, but there are checks and balances, and they have to be, because if somebody does get sick, as they did in America, and I've been working on organics and things for a long time, and if you use organic fertilizers that are not tested, that you don't really know what you're dealing with, and some granny far away eats an organic leaf of lettuce and she gets dysentery and she dies, that puts the whole industry into a major, major negative effect. So we've got to be very careful what we're doing. We have to know what we're doing, and we've got to be sure of what we're doing, and we've got to have proof to back it up.
Thank you, Nick. Next question?
Yes, just a quick one. You mentioned that your product is devoid of pharmaceuticals. How did you eliminate the pharmaceuticals?
I beg your pardon, what did we say about the pharmaceuticals? How do we know they're in there?
They're not in there.
How do you test it, and it goes through the MRI thing, and if they pick up anything at the university, because we linked with the University of KZN, and they do all the analysis, and if they pick something up that's come through, i.e. some horrible hormone that hasn't been burnt up in the MRI, then we've got to stop. That's why we test.
So are you looking at the breakdown products? What are you looking at? Are you looking at the metabolites? Or are you looking at...
I'm looking at anything that's going to be negative to human health after it's gone through a plant. Anything.
Do we have that capability to do anything
I can't remember.
He's asking, do we have the capability to test for everything?
We've got the capability to test for things that we are highlighted that we need to look for.
Thank you. Just to appreciate the presentations. I also had a question about heavy metals, but I think it's covered. Then I wanted to check the economics. Is it coming out cheaper to produce this LADEPA than your chemical fertilizers? How do they compare? I've got several questions. Should I ask them all?
Let him answer. I think just stand here.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Very poignant, and I didn't cover it. When you blend fertilizer with organic matter, the organic matter actually is food for the microbes in the soil. So you're actually feeding the soil. You're improving the health of the soil. Therefore, and lots of trials, I've done them, and in South Africa, other people have done them, and in India, there's a very good article on the internet about using human sludge and chemistry. You can use 25 to 30% of the original recommendation of fertilizer. Let's take potatoes, for example. A ton of 2,3,4,40 per hectare, that's what you plant potatoes with. Any farmers here who know that, and to confirm. But that's what you use. We did trials, and we've done trials on blending a 2,3,4,18. So 2,3,4,40 is more than double the strength of a 2,3,4,18. Are we all in agreement? Now, we put that down at a level of 400 kgs, not 1,000 kgs, 400 kgs per hectare. We get the same result, same yield, 52 tons a hectare on trials done. Got the information. And the nutrient density is better with less chemistry but more microbes. Because don't forget, God gave us all the microbes. We've burnt them out, as I said in that picture with the First World War. That's what we've done to us. We've killed all the microbes. If you feed microbes and you put biologicals in that fertilizer, which we do, so we add biologicals, put that into the soil, you've got a much healthier soil. The plant is growing at optimum rate. It's not having 5 Coca-Colas when it's thirsty. Do you follow me? And we're like having lots of urea. Because that's what it's like. You end up with massive potatoes and a whole lot of small ones. The potatoes grown with 30% of the chemistry, plus organics and biologicals, you get the same yield. But all your potatoes are that size, which is large, medium, and that's where the money is. And they are more nutrient dense. So the fertilizer we're using here is arguably about 30% cheaper, and you get the same, if not better, yield, because you're getting the same yield but better quality and more saleable quality. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
100%.
Wait, she's got more questions.
Okay. The next one is on perception, because I once did a research on using human, we called it humanure, for agricultural purposes. So I wanted to know how you got over that stigma or that fear.
It's a stigma that is there and very relevant. It is, people are now beginning, 10 years ago, no, they weren't even looking at it. When we start talking about even chicken litter without being tested, they were very scared of that. Nowadays, and that's why we insist that everything's tested. Every batch is tested. We've got the results to follow up because we don't want anybody getting sick. People are now understanding that we have to put it back in the soil. We can't keep pumping it in the ocean. And when God designed us, he had Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And he said, right, you're about 100 kgs, give or take. Poop under a leaf, that's fine. But now there's 10 billion of us doing the same thing. And then we get a problem, don't we? So now we have to clean it and use it. And we're designed 3%. Or 20% of the 3% we eat. So it's half a kg a day of people. God must have had a plan of what we to do with it. So we've got a plan. Clean it. Can't use it dirty because we just spread disease. Clean it, put it in the soil, and have a cyclical model. But the perception, Mrs. Housewife is beginning to understand that if it's clean, it's fine. There was a movie by somebody who went to the moon and everything went wrong and he was left there by himself. And he grew potatoes. He got the skins. He got the eyes on the skins. And he grew potatoes in the movie. After that film, people got less scared of using manure. And it's a big thing. I can't remember what the film was called. Jason Bourne Dense... The Martian.
Yes.
Well done, sir. I think you're right, yeah.
Okay, I think on you I'm covered. I'll move to the new gen. I wanted to know whether you've got the separation at source kind of toilet where you are separating your fecal matter and your urine. Yeah, that's the last one.
Thanks. No, we don't do source separation, so we accept urine and feces. So both of them come down. Yeah.
I have a question for Nick. In terms of nutrient availability, is it any different with Talbone, like the Ladepa fertilizer? Is it any different than Talbone to Talbone? Because there's also a fertilizer that we use at ARC, we call it Talbone. It's also made of human excretion. And also, how long does it take for your fertilizer to release nutrients in soil?
Thank you for that question. Talborn is a product I know very well. I didn't know they were using human excrement. I know they were using blood meal and chicken litter was their main source, not human. I'm not sure. I'll confirm on that. I don't think they use human. If it's clean, then why not? Carry on. But and how long it takes to release? If you plant a crop, it's releasing straight away. And as your microbes are building up in your soil, it's going to the microbes are key to this because they will hold and release when the plant requires it.
Okay, next question. We go to Dr. Luxon.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is for the drone technologist lady. Yesterday when I was speaking, remember I spoke about the tipping points, and I mentioned unemployment. And it's not a question but a compliment of what, when we started this project, we were attacked by everyone. We are wasting money, you want to buy technologies, but Snetemba now has a PhD. And she's lecturing at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And we have produced a lot of students now with PhDs, and they are doing very well, and they are on demand. One of them is Amira Jacob, some of you know. Now, these kind of technologies, agriculture is earmarked to create employment in the country. And these are the technologies that attract the youth to that industry, because as it stands now, young people don't want, because they say it's a dead industry. They want to be wearing jeans, nice jeans and labels. So look at the age, very young, but she already has a PhD. So well done, Snetemba. I'm proud. I saw her doing a PhD. It was actually an undergraduate, underutilized crops. The PhD was on using drone technology. We started this with Professor Modi, who is sitting in front of me.
Thank you, Luxon, for that comment. Professor?
No, I've asked my question. I don't have any comments.
It was there.
Any other questions? Okay.
So my question is with the new gen. Yes.
It's louder.
Okay.
Soft back there.
Yeah. Okay, so I was curious in wanting to understand as to how long actually is the duration of the water cleaning with your system. So I'm asking this because using the flushing toilets uses a lot of water just for one household. So how you actually like using your system to make sure that the water doesn't run off for people?
Okay. Cool. No, thanks. That's an important question. How do we balance the retention time or the hydraulics? So we have a conservancy tank up front, and that's for the 800, it's 8,000 liters, and then for the 100 is 1,000 liters. So we have a storage volume of about 1 day up front, and then the anaerobic baffled reactor itself has a storage time of about also 24 hours. So the product, though, because the demand is the peak, so the product side, we also have retention of about 1 day. So that's how we balance it. Because it's small volumes, you don't necessarily run into issues of having big tanks. But yeah, we basically buffer before and we buffer after. It also depends on the site. So sometimes it's gravitational feed. So we pump up to a JoJo tank or something that flushes the toilets using gravity. Or we have a pumped manifold. So essentially the second somebody flushes, there's a pressure switch and then the pump turns on and repressurizes the network. Yeah.
Tim, for you, yeah, I was just wanting to know what happens with the sludge in those systems. Is it integrated into municipal treatment works systems, either through collection, in different contexts? You might in a district municipality where treatment isn't close by. What are the different methods of managing the sludge?
Yeah. Cool. No, thanks. Yeah, so sludge, it's a consequence of any biological treatment system. Because we're anaerobic, it's a very small percentage, maybe 2 or 3% of the incoming COD that's converted into sludge, and then that further gets anaerobically digested. So the one that we've supplied to Slovoville in Soweto, we honeysuck, basically. So it's a small volume, though. It's maybe 200 or 300 liters of sludge. So that that's like after a 3 or 4 year time period. So it's a very low level of sludge production, and then it goes to a conventional works. So that's the terminal sort of point. But yeah, it's typically honeysucked. That's what we do.
Thank you very much. Mine is with the farmer. The farmers want the technology. We've realized that most of our farmers are in remote areas where network is a challenge for them. So how are these farmers going to use this technology?
Thank you very much for that question. That is actually a very good question that we did pick up on that. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the whole citizen science approach when it comes to water quality monitoring. And basically there's an app that's called Field Survey that has been developed and implemented by Dat Amanzi Etu Nobuntu. And that app does not require internet connection. So our hope is that if you could get something that does not require the farmers to have that level of internet connection, we could possibly bridge that divide. And of course, yes, internet is bad in the rural areas, but there are times when the connection does connect to the cell phones. So if we could use that slight period when there is connection to then boost the system so that they have access to this app, I think that would bridge the issues when it comes to the mobile data as well as the network connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I love the drone technology project. So my questions here is, the shift from satellites to drones is because of high resolution images that you want, right? So, but drones has quite very limited field of view than a satellite. So if you need quite very large field of view, you want to sample that, you won't be able with drones. And also one of the limitations with the drone is that the more higher you go, the image, the resolution goes down. So how do you deal with that in your model, right? Because at some point it becomes equivalent to a satellite. That's the first question. Another question is that drones are not portable. Today we want to develop a technology where a farmer maybe is in the US and the farm is here in South Africa, they can monitor that, right? And that is possible with satellites, but impossible with drone. So when you look at these two technology, what would you say about that? I want to stay here and monitor my farm somewhere else. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that question. So basically, when we speak about drones, I'm not speaking of it in the sense of it must truly replace satellite imagery, right? But drones can complement what we achieve from satellite imagery. So at a field scale, at a field level, the drone is going to be very useful in us getting that very centimeter level detail about what's happening on the crop. And then if we could then integrate this with your planet scope, which offers a 1 meter resolution, and that will have a larger spatial coverage, including the US, including other areas, we could then calibrate and build these models that could then be used now to assist in having these real-time dashboards. So I think that both of these tools are necessary, they complement each other, and we shouldn't look at discarding the satellite and moving to the drone, but use both the capacities to our benefit. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm interested in the smallholder farmers. Most of them might be not growing a single crop, but a mix of crops, which might be at different stages of growth. Would the technology be able to handle that level of challenge?
Thank you very much. So yes, from the images that we have outside, we are trialing these out. We are looking at different varieties in one field and trying to assess the differences. And then also the intercropping, for example, you have your maize and then you have lower vegetation that is growing. We are exploring models now of how can we accurately depict these changes between these intercropping systems, because as you mentioned that most of the fields are grown with other crops as well. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the interactive session and the questions. All the entrepreneurs, the innovators are available. You can contact them directly or through the WRC, will give you their details. And also, people mustn't forget, these people are in business. Some are just in manufacturing, so they might be looking for distributors and so on. So please really interact with them. Having said that, I'm closing this session and we are moving on to the third session, which will be facilitated by my colleague, Dr. Amelia. I think we should go straight into, yeah. So let us move in, and the last warm applause for the innovators.
We're ahead of time, so no break. No break.
You wanted to give them 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to ask if people wanted, because there's been no break. So just a quick question. Does everybody want to go straight, or you want a 10-minute leg stretch before we go to the last and final session? Straight? Yes. Okay, loud and clear. Okay. So we've come to the final session for today. And before I introduce the next presenter, I just wanted to mention that yesterday we had a representative from WISA who was here speaking about the partnership that they have with the RRC on strengthening technical capabilities of municipalities. So we also signed an agreement with the Institute of Municipal Engineering of Southern Africa, IMISA, a 5-year partnership in which we are now, I think we've just started the 2nd year, to roll out trainings and workshops. And there, let's see, 4 main trainings that IMISA is rolling out across the different provinces. One is design flood estimation, which deals with guidelines and design standards for determination of flood lines in municipal areas. The other one is a workshop on water reclamation and reuse guidelines. And this workshop outlines how to increase success rates and implementation of water reuse projects. The third is about designing guidelines for small coastal stormwater outlets to provide for climate change and rising outlets sea levels. And then the final one, and which we are going to have a brief peek and overview presented by the next presenter, is understanding flood risks. So just to be aware of the impacts and importance of managing risks of floods on urban development. So the next speaker is Professor Cobus du Plessis. who is an executive and technical director of EMISA's Training and Skills Development Program. And he also moonlights, he's a Superman, as a professor in civil engineering at the Stellenbosch University. So he will present an overview, so it's a shorter version of the course that is normally given to councillors, municipal engineers, researchers, and senior decision makers in municipalities. And I just want to mention, so far we have implemented trainings in the Northwest, Northern Cape, Free State, and in Mpumalanga. And last week, we had a session on understanding flood risks in East London. And I think there's going to be an upcoming one in conjunction with the WISA Young Water Professionals Conference that is also going to take place in Eastern Cape. So with that, I hand over to Prof, and we look forward to hearing you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia. Yeah, sometimes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Kobus du Plessis. You know, in my daytime job, the IMESA stuff I'm doing at night, and in my daytime, they scan me at the university. I'm still on the asset register, barcoded. So I'm there for quite some time at University of Stellenbosch. Yes, for us, it's a passion to share the knowledge, because I think to make sure that everyone is aware of the newest technology and the newest information available is quite important. It is also on that same level, let me just get my timer right. It's also, I wonder whether this thing is on. I can just speak without it.
We can really see it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
It's on the live stream.
Oh, it's still there. Something is alive. Right. So, you know, these sessions are pretty much like your bottle of water in front of you. Everyone is using it. Everyone is attending to it. But do you know what you're doing? Did you check what you're drinking? I leave it for now and get to the floods. So thank you very much for this partnership. I was given the privilege to just say a couple of words in terms of IMESA. So who are we? So IMESA is the Institute of Municipal Engineers of Southern Africa. We present the technical people, the engineers. And may I say, I hope not I'm going to end up in deep trouble today. I tend to, but you know, there's nothing in local authorities that cannot be done without an engineer except handing out social grants. The rest, you need your technical staff. And we as at IMESA, we try to share knowledge and try to make sure that we build capacity so that we can get that technical people where they need it and that they are being capacitated with the best technology. Our vision, I think our motto there speaks for itself. Momenta circumspice. That means for our monuments, just look around you. Yeah, outside, you open the tap, that's us. That's IMESA. That's what we are doing. And
Momenta Afrikaans or German?
monuments is the English one. So we've got our branches all over the country. Not a lot of people living and running down, up and down here. We've just reactivated our Free State branch again, and we are very pleased to see that we see a lot of interaction happening there. So we support data collection, try to make sure that we do have data, which data is just data. But for us to make decisions, we need information. And that's where the tricky part comes in, even though we fail at data already. But we need to have that data. IMESA try to help that. We try to develop the technical manuals. Amelia, I've highlighted a couple of them. Do a couple of training interventions. We do have our branch activities. We do offer bursaries to technical people that's working in the municipal environment. And then, of course, we've got our annual big conference, which is, if you haven't, it's the biggest in the country. If you haven't attended, you don't know what the conference is all about. It's big. Amelia? It's big. And the knowledge that we try to transfer there is for all municipalities and local authorities to gain from. So that's what we try to do. Service delivery for us is infrastructure. We've got a problem. We've got a problem. We lack the technical capacity, and we tend to focus on whatever the councillors can cut a ribbon on, which doesn't necessarily contribute to good service delivery. And we tend to think once we've got it, we are okay. We are not okay. We've got a completely wrong distribution in terms of capital funding toward operating funding. We are putting expensive infrastructure in place and then hope for the best. It doesn't work that way, and we are paying the price for that. IMESA tried to get that message over. I'll say something about consultants. Academic, I can do whatever I want, it's fine. We'll say something about consultants, but they are nowadays been forced to focus on the lowest price, and you'll get the lowest service. Up to you. We'll speak a little bit about that a little bit later. This as-built plans are critical for us in terms of our asset management and our record keeping. And lastly, the way forward, we as IMESA can assist in rolling out of the training events, and it's really important that you make your staff, the technical staff, available to attend these, so that they can get this capacity and be incapacitated. We really try to pay good money with the WRC to develop these tools, and unless you just take a sip and forget about what you're doing, it doesn't help. And this is what IMESA is all about. We do have our leadership and mentorship workshops for our younger generation. That's just a photo of the last IMESA conference, where excellent papers have been presented. Some of our branch meetings, we are sharing technical expertise among peers there. We've got our Women Days. This year's was excellent, like every year event. Excellent ladies entering and taking charge of the engineering field that we should take note of in terms of how that field developed. I am representing, as what Amelia have said, I am representing IMESA today here as the Technical Director of Training and Skills Development. She alluded to quite a number of the manuals that we've developed. And we talk about our water scarcity. And the question is, what about water reuse? And I think, hey, we've been through the whole country. And we still ask that question. We still compile pilot projects. Ladies and gentlemen, just do it. We are not going to go forward unless we've had this beautiful explanation of all the capacity that sits within the WRC. And it's in files. Why we at local authority level doesn't know how to implement it? We don't have time. Why? Our councillors are keeping us busy in meetings. We don't capacitate, we don't have enough technical staff, and we don't execute that. So therefore we ask consultants. You're on the wrong road, ladies and gentlemen. Get the capacity in the local authorities. Make sure that they do have the capacity to do it. Don't appoint you've said it. Don't appoint as the head of the technical department. You are losing out. we try to provide the technical capacity so that we can move forward in this range. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've rolled out the best practice guidelines for design flood estimate in municipal areas in South Africa. A guideline that was developed by WRC and IMESA together by quite very widespread of authors. Chris Broekers and myself are there, just accidentally, then Stuart Dunsmore, both of them from private practice people. Chris James from WITS, Prof. Chris James, Prof. Gericke from the Technical University of the Free State, and Prof. Jeff Smithers, your own expert here in KZN in this area, if I can put it that way. And we've compiled this best practical guideline, and we've rolled it out to 10 odd municipalities with co-funding between IMESA and the Water Research Commission. And while we were doing that, we were told by the audience where we present this, Kobus, why are you telling us this? You must speak to the people that's making the decisions. They don't know. We know, they just don't listen. And that's why we are here. That's why we are here. To make sure that the capacity is retained in terms of what's the newest available methods in terms of the floods, but really the focus was on councillors. So if the technical people sitting around here in this audience, if you say, I've heard this 1,000 times, in advance, apologies. But for our decision makers, it's important to have the opportunity to listen to what we are saying. So what we would like to do, I'm going to do this through an introduction, a bit of a background, flood risks, some questions that I would like to ask, and really the objective of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is to save lives. That's what it is about. One life lost in a flood is 2,000 too many. We can't carry on like that. And yet, it will happen next year again. It will happen again. Awareness of the impact and to protect our infrastructure. Really important for us to make sure that it's a lot of money that we spend on, and we should really try to protect that assets that's been paid with tax money, that we should protect that. So what is a flood? What is the factors that influence flooding and the risk associated with that? And if I do get to it, I was hoping when the questions comes up, I was hoping, don't let them ask questions, I need time. Let me get started here. But we'll see how things progress towards the legal side and stop whenever it needs to be stopped. But, okay, so what is a flood, ladies and gentlemen? In the simplest format, we are interested, if you stand in a river and you watch the water coming by and it rain up in the area where the water running into the river is coming from, and there's a rainfall event, you will see the water level rising and dropping. And we are interested in that peak, that very peak, because we design according to that. We use that information to come up with a design flood. And we have to do that to speak the same language. So we are interested in that specific peak that I referred to there. So in the simplest form, a flood is a size, cubic meters per second, that's linked to a risk. What is the chance that that will happen? What is the chance that we will have 10 cubic meters per second running down our river? That's what the risk and linking the magnitude is all about. And we link that to the probability of exceedance. The probability that such a volume or more will occur in any year. That's the probability of occurrence. And to make it easier for us to communicate, we talk about return period, the 1 in 100 year. So the 1 in 100 year do have a probability of 1% that it will occur in any year. It doesn't mean if it happened, it will not happen again in that year. It can happen 4 times in that year. It's possible. But on average, over a long period of time, this is how we define the risk with the volume that we need to design for. And we use this to design, to assess risk, to draw flood lines, and to determine how we can manage these huge volumes of water that comes down and that we need to handle from time to time. So the 1 in 100 year flood line, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an important statement, it's not a limit on development. Nowhere, ever, in any legislation, in any guideline, is anything tell us you can't develop below the 100-year flood line. It's not there. But it is part of a decision that the local authority needs to take. And for that, we need to first get that 100-year flood line. And I'll get to the reason why do we talk about the 100-year flood line. Try and see how we can put that in the context of what needs to be received. The National Water Act, ladies and gentlemen, only requires us to show that 1 in 100-year flood line. It doesn't tell us what to develop below it, or what we can and cannot do that. We need design flood estimates for disaster risk management. And may I ask if there are people from the local authority, don't raise your hand, I don't want to put you on the spot, but how many times you find that the technical department sits in that building and the planners in that building and the risk disaster managers in that building? Do they talk to each other? You cannot do disaster management without, in the context of flooding, without having a flood level. You can't have it. So why don't you talk to each other? Most of the problems that we've got thus far is due to flooding in terms of disasters. And yet, we seem to just see it, take a sip, don't realize what we are doing. In South Africa, internationally, even in the UK, they are at the point where they are saying, look, if you want to plan for disaster management, at least you must know what will happen if the 1 in 1,000-year flood is happening. In South Africa, we are at a point where we can at least, and in the guideline, we make the recommendation to say that at least you need to test the regional maximum flood. That's a tool that's available for everyone in the country. It's been updated. Test that flood and see where the water levels will rise if the regional maximum flood occurs. And plan what to do in terms of disaster management if that occurs. It's important we do have those. The other alternative is that we will design floods using a 1 in 200-year storm rainfall event. And that information, ladies and gentlemen, is as easy available as press a button. It's not a secret. We want to tell, this design rainfall that we are using is there 15 years already. We begged the WRC to give us money to update that, but they are just, their minds just slipping past the pockets. But it's there, and we are using that. Is it implemented at local authority? Half of the local authorities I'm speaking to, regional maximum, what? You have to understand that these indicators are available for us and that we should make use of that. So let's look towards the factors that influence flooding. And in that context, you know, runoff, rainfall result in runoff in the simplest terms. It depends on the catchment characteristics of the catchment where the water is falling on and the response characteristics of that catchment, as well as how much storage are there in the catchment. Where will the water, the rainwater, be kept get back before it ends up as a major flood event in our catchment, which we need to deal with, specifically in the developed areas. So I would like to touch on those 4 aspects of factors affecting runoff. Antecedent moisture conditions, topography, developmental influences, very important for us, and then the climate, just as important. Oh, I'm going to run into trouble here. Antecedent moisture conditions, ladies and gentlemen. The point I would like to convey to you, just as the background, high level sort of informing you, is that it is not always the most disastrous rainfall event that caused the most disastrous runoff event. If you do have prolonged soft rains and you've got one median flood rainfall event coming down, you've got suddenly a very big flood event. So you need to understand that. You need to prepare for that. So this was the case in the Lawrence River, the city of Cape Town. I was asked to help them, and you know, in the flood environment, Murphy, all of you know Murphy? That guy's, I wonder, it's probably a guy. It's always with us. So, you know, very nicely here at like 6:05 in the afternoon, we've had a very big rainfall event, and we look very closely to what's happening in the catchment, and there was quite a volume of water. I'll get to that. And fortunately no one from City Cape Town here, so I can say, are you recording? Yes, you are, okay, problems. But they allow an old age home to be built under the 100-year floodline. Don't say, oh, many of you don't even know where your 100-year floodline is. They know, but they've allowed it. Problems. But in this case, it was a hospital. So moving people at 6 o'clock is okay, but it was not too much of a problem. But then, in 1 o'clock in the morning, a small rainfall event, push it over the limits and let it run through the hospital. I'll show you some pictures a little bit later. In terms of the topography, the size plays a role. The catchment shape, is it round or is it longitudinal? The catchment slope, a steep slope or a flat slope, all of those contribute towards what can we expect from the rainfall event resulting into a runoff event. Man-made, we've seen beautiful pictures in the session just before in terms of how do you maintain your area. If you go the natural way, you inherently also improve the reaction of the natural environment towards runoff. It takes a lot more absorption of the water. So that is the way to go. Fires. Do you have an idea what the fire is doing to your runoff and your flood peaks? Any idea? Now, you can appoint your engineers to design whatever they need to design for, and then a huge fire occurs in the catchment. And what happened with your flood peak? I've done some research on that in the Jonkershoek Mountain, just behind the University of Stellenbosch. Between 100 and 170% more water is coming down. You can't design for that. That's a disaster. But if we don't understand that, we will just say, oh, what's happening? It must be an act of God. Maybe we must look to our understanding of what's happening in our environment and be prepared, therefore, because we know what can happen, the soil types, etc. In terms of the development of our catchments, the biggest problem in terms of our local authorities, the land use, of course, the more we impact on that land, the higher the probability that we'll end up with a higher runoff rate in terms of rainfall ending up as a flood peak or a runoff. in terms of our storage and detention, what is in the catchment? Is there major dams? Can they absorb some of those floodwater coming down? And some of our dams in our country has been designed to manage floods. We now use them for water security, but their function is actually to make sure that the lower Orange River doesn't flood every single year. So this diagram, perhaps not so clear, light is not too good. Typically, just in the back of your mind, natural environment, 2% of the rainfall end up in runoff. The more you develop, and you are doing that, us, that's our function to develop, the more the runoff increase. If we get to an urban environment, we are sitting at 80%. And that water must go somewhere. And we design stormwater systems to deal with that. But then we keep developing without investing the money to upgrade the stormwater system. And then we say, oh, climate change. We've been caught off guard here. No, ladies and gentlemen, we don't take notice of the fact that if we keep developing without investing in our stormwater systems, we are looking for trouble. And we know the stats, we know the technical expertise, and we want to make everyone aware of that and make sure that they are sensitive when they approve these developments in the context of allocating money for large infrastructure to deal with the stormwater. From a local authority point of view, look at this. I'm not going to tell you anything that you don't know, but maybe I will just get an oh from you. This is in KZN. Look at this area. There's a river coming down here and some small tributary down here. Look here, look there. 2 years. 2 years. Someone at the IMESA conference said, no, Quivers, 1 year. That's what's happening in our country. Is it a problem? It's only a problem if you don't realize what's happening. It's only a problem if you don't see what's happening and take steps to resolve it. Because people will die. And therefore it's important that we must be aware of the consequences of the developments that we need to deal with. Complex systems, I'll skip that one. One of the other factors that influence what's happening with the stormwater is our climate. I unfortunately missed yesterday. I've had some indications today about climate change. So my pet topic on this is our climate changing? Don't look at your cell phone. What's at me? Look, here I am. Is the climate changing? Yes? No? Yes? Hands up.
Changed already.
Changed already. No one is. Are you happy? The climate is not changing. Hands up. Let me just see. There's 1, 2, 3. It's changing 4. So maybe you're just sort of a little bit shy to put up your hand.
I think it's changing.
It's changing, yeah. So, is the rainfall changing? Oh, yes. Now I've got a bit of a stronger. Now, why do I ask this? Because it's important. If the rainfall is changing, our stormwater systems will become under pressure. So, I haven't asked the question at any of these sessions where people didn't agree with the statement that our rainfall is going to be less but more intense. Higher storm peaks, that's what's going to happen. Right? Who said so? Trump. No, ladies and gentlemen, we've got good research that indicate to us what's happening with various factors in the rainfall in the climate change environment. But is the rainfall changing?
Yes.
So I'm going to stand close to you. So I've analyzed 120 years of rainfall for all the stations that I can put my hand on in South Africa. Did I see any change?
Yes, there is a change.
Zero. No, nothing. Do you believe me?
No.
No. Not going to believe you. So those are the stations that I've analyzed in the different climate zones, and the end results thereof was in this sketch. If you see this, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. It's nowhere. If you see green, that's going up. If you see brown, that's going down. Is the climate in South Africa changing? Don't think, there it is. Just interpret what I'm telling you. The only thing that you can tell me is that my calcs are wrong, and I'm open for that. My instrument was not calibrated. That might be. So I love that, because most of the problems with that is we don't have that instrument. We don't have enough rainfall stations. But I'll get to that, because that's important. So to just summarize that, to make it a little bit easier, and I highlight where we are now at. This is the annual rainfall. In the southern interior region, it changed with 0.4 millimeters a year. You know? In the rest of the country, where I come from, Western Cape, no trend. Here we see vary between -1 to 0.8. I put this, ladies and gentlemen, up to then ask, so if that's then true, and I believe it's true, if that's then true, now what now? Please, for the record, since I'm being taped, I don't deny climate change. It's there for everyone to see. Look at the temperatures. Look what's happening in agriculture. But does the models project what we see in rainfall accurately? I don't think so. I'm not the chair, and we can stop right here and have the rest of the session, but I've still got a lot to present. So we'll get back there.
It's up to you if you want to allow interruptions or if you want to.
I would love the interruption, but don't watch my time. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I have to watch your time.
I think maybe if you look at the water cycle, the volume of water on Earth is the same. So when we say, we can say, okay, if we say rainfall patterns are an indicator of a climate change, we do not necessarily mean that it does not rain. So it might still rain using the same quantity, but different occurrence. So maybe if last year it was raining Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 10 mil, which is close to 50. This year it might rain Monday, Tuesday, 25.
Yes.
So therefore we cannot say that because your average rainfall patterns, so therefore we cannot say that because of your average rainfall data does not move that much, it does not mean that climate change does not exist. So I think we need to go deeper than that. Thank you very much.
So that's of course true. So to answer that, you need to look towards all the seasons, and you need to actually count the events, and I've done that. No change. There are no more short duration storms events above a certain cutoff. Do you think I'll get this published? It doesn't sing the story that we want to hear. But that's not the point, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pushing it in the wrong direction now. The point is, what do we do if we know that we don't see significant changes in rainfall if we analyze the stations statistically? What then? We know that the climate change models are telling us a different story. We know that. But we have to observe that really very minor changes that's been occurred in terms of the rainfall as observed at the stations. So what we are saying, and I'm working towards the floods, what we are saying is use your projected climate change rainfall data, guided by considerations based on what you observe. You know, and if you don't, let me explain it, that these climate change models, in terms of rainfall, please, I'm just focusing, climate change, I'm 100%. It's just about the rainfall. We know that we are using about 20 rainfall models in the world to predict these climate change effects. We know that, and they vary in differences. And we use the mean, actually the median, to do that projection. But they are projecting completely opposite things in many cases. Which bring me to the point why I've stirred the pot this morning. And that, ladies and gentlemen, each flood is not climate change, which is what we hear from interviews and from our decision makers. Ladies and gentlemen, don't blame climate change. Look towards maintenance and planning and operational procedures. That's where your problem is, not climate change in the context of floods. We need to make sure that we do the things that we need to do in order to deal with the stormwater, do it right. We know that if we develop more and more, we need to invest in stormwater systems, and that's what it's all about. I would love to interact, and we can certainly do that, time limited, further on the climate change issue. Climate change is real. Let me just make that. But convince me, show me the data. Show me what happened 120 years in our country. We'll park it for now, till question time. We'll park it there. Plan and maintenance. So risk associated with flooding. This, ladies and gentlemen, not a good illustration due to the light, but this is my famous hospital, 1 o'clock in the morning, trying to get rid of babies out of the hospital to try and secure that. So, can I just ask you, unfortunately the light is not too good, but I would like to show you this small video clip. Look as best as you can, and I'll make some comments here. I don't know whether there's sound in here, but here we go. Just watch what's happening here. It's not in South Africa, but you will recognize what's happening here. It's going to be really very difficult. There's a river coming down here. This is a bridge, culverts underneath the bridge. And you will be familiar with what's happening if the water is coming down in some serious cases. So there we go. Let's see. I don't know whether there's sound. So there's the water coming down, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see it, but there's a car driving just in front of the water. There the car is coming. It's a big occasion. It's like when it starts raining in the Kalahari, everyone wants to see water coming down. So here it comes. And this is something to see, the front of water coming towards you. In this whole picture, there are only one sensible man, and that's him. And it's probably because you do have kids. Look at him. Come on, guys, come on. The rest, watch what they are doing. Watch that guy running down. Oh, I must see this. So the water is coming now. Look at the angle, 90 degrees, then it needs to go through the culvert. Beautiful picture. Everyone is taking out his cell phone. There he jumps. And the rest will explain it for yourself. So there it's over the road already. And these people, look where they're running, down. And there the water starts going through the culvert. People running all over. And of course now it's chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, never underestimate the power of water. And what seems to be something simple carry huge risks. And they carry risks differently. That's why that one clever man ran with his children. He understands risk. He might be able to stand there, but his kids won't. So it's different. And it's for us in our municipalities exactly the same. We need to understand what can go wrong. We deal with complicated systems. And therefore we do have a bit of understanding of the challenges that the engineers need to go through. There are a number of uncertainties when we try to get to risks in terms of our floods. Two have been broadly defined. This is the inherent uncertainty. That's climate change and what's happening. One year it's raining, the other year it doesn't. A thunderstorm against a frontal storm. We can't control that. So that is our uncertainty that we need to capture in risk. And then there are knowledge-based uncertainties where we deal with not understanding the science, not understanding this, and doesn't have enough data. Both of them is a problem for us in local authorities. Both of them. And to deal with that data uncertainty, just to highlight for you what one doesn't typically see it in this context, but work done by UKZN indicated that if we look towards the design rainfall that we need to use and the magnitude of the flood events that we derive from that, it will be impacted by between 4 and 24% in respect of if you do have only limited data. You can make a big mistake if you don't have adequate data. You can make a mistake of between 4 and 5 and 60% if you don't have enough rainfall stations, if the coverage is not enough. But that's what we need to deal with. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one thing, one spot where I'm asking all the institutions, specifically the local authorities, do you know what a rainfall station costs? Not even the cost of a nice lunch for the 2 councillors. By way of saying, I need to tread carefully here. But you get my message. It's so easy to invest 25, 30,000 to get a tipping bucket rainfall and got your information and build that database so that you can make your decisions as time goes on real information that means something for your town. We need to do that. We need to build on that in order to clarify or to get rid of this level of uncertainty. This is an old for us who are working in the hydrological environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is scary. Red is river flow stations and black is rainfall. And that's the number of stations over years from 1920 till 2010. That's where we've got the records from. We are now, in terms of our rainfall, in terms of our runoff stations, more or less on the same level where we've been in 1965. I'm sure we are improving, and we try to see how we can maximize our resources. In terms of the rainfall, it's even worse. We are now, in terms of our rainfall here, which is, we haven't been so worse off before. And you can make, every local authority can help us to fill that gap. But we must also understand that it doesn't help for us just to put the rainfall station down there, and we don't put in the resources to analyze that data and make it available for analysis. Like our old fights with, is there someone from the South African Weather Services here? Relationship with them. We need to support each other to make the data available so that we can reduce the risk of decision making. That's really important. And local authorities can help. You can, at a fraction of the cost. It's really not a big issue, but just to do that. If we don't do that, it's garbage in, garbage out. Expert knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a strong link between stormwater management, disaster management, and proper urban planning. Your engineers need to talk to each other. They can't work each and every one in their own silo to try and resolve our problems in the context of floods. We need to maintain our asset register so that we know where is our assets, which can influence, I'm talking about bridges, culverts, etc., so that we can know how to deal with them with an increased load of development forces on runoff. The guideline that we've developed, WRC and IMESA together, when we present those courses, and it's freely available, you can just Google the WRC website or IMESA's website. It's there just for you to download. There is one chapter there. In this country, there are no such a collection of places where to get data like in chapter 5. Everything that's free, where you can get it, is in there. So for the engineers, and for the non-technical people here, tell your engineers, tell your technical people, go and consult that chapter. It's very useful. If we talk about good practices in design flood estimation, you need to have a responsible person to take care of these floods and to take care of the planning therefore. And it's really important that you do have someone in the municipality that understands the fundamentals of floods. Otherwise, you will not be able to plan appropriately for this. We think that you need to make sure that you do have a professional registered engineer or scientist or technician to do this for you. Ladies and gentlemen, flood design estimates is not an exact science. It's something that requires the understanding of the mechanism that result into floods. And for that reason, it's not just a formula that you grab. You know, in the hydrological field, the rational method is one of the oldest methods that we are using. And when I do these presentation, I ask the people, what method are you using? And almost all of them say rational method, because it's Q equals CIA divided by 3.6. How simple can it be? Simple is not always correct. We need to understand how we design this, and we need to get the right people to do that for us. You need experience. I jokingly, but also quite seriously, saying that please do not appoint any one of my students that graduated 3 years ago to do your flood design estimates. Not because I don't trust them, because flood design, flood estimate is something that requires experience of how you interpret all these different input parameters. And you have to have that. To the councillors, I would say, you know, what's wrong with our system? If you end up, something is not right, and I go to the hospital, do I say, give me 3 quotes before you operate on me? And then you take the cheapest one before they cut you open and look towards your heart. And just before the pain becomes too much, you ask, do you offer a discount? That's what we are doing with floods, with professional services, that if we do not have it right, will cost us lives. Put yourself in the shoes of that person that lives under the 1 in 100-year flood line. And then argue about me, about all of these. Whether you should take the cheapest guy to help you out with this. You must make sure about the standards that you required. You should take disaster management into consideration. Flood risks, I've tried to indicate it with this. It's not just about a flood peak, although I've spent a lot of time on the peak, so many cubic meters of second coming down the river. It's frequently more disastrous to have the velocity exceeding certain limits. And you have to check for that. In some of the guidelines that we are using from municipalities, it's the velocity against the discharge that's important. Because for a small little kid, this is not acceptable, or an old person. But for you and me, it's fine. You have to understand that. And when you develop your infrastructure, take that risk that's been associated with flooding into consideration before you make your final decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of understanding the risks before I go to the legal side, is if we've got it wrong with the magnitude of our flood peak, if we do have the lowest quote with a 30% discount, coming up with an answer that might be 20% wrong, I don't know, I'm just putting numbers. That 20% ends up in uncertainty cost, that cost you as local authority. You will draw a line which will take away developments which you might have used. That's opportunity cost. You will make sure, or what will happen is your maintenance costs in terms of these works. City of Cape Town, more than R1 billion needs to be spent for that Lawrence River rectifying. The people are there. They've bowled there. You can't get rid of them. Now they have to rectify and make sure that their taxpayers are happy. R1 billion. If you are 20% out here, you can be 50% out here, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's important. Get it right here. I don't even talk about the loss of life. One is one too many. And we need to make sure that we do have appropriate people to do this planning for us. Before I go over to, or maybe in the interest of time, because Amelia will keep me absolutely till 1 o'clock, I probably will quickly rush through the legal side of this. And I'll go through this very quickly, because it's boring. I'll try to jump up and down to make it more interesting, but it's boring. It's frightening boring, because we miss it. Let's go through it. There are a whole stack of legislation that we need to deal with when we talk about floods and planning. I would like to start with our constitution in terms of what we need to deal with. It is, however, important to understand that future development within South Africa is the responsibility of local government. Fair enough? It's your responsibility. And most of the time, it boils down to the municipal engineer. He advised council to do this, or his consultant that he appointed. So we need to make sure and know that we have that obligation to develop. Engineers, if you appoint the correct person, which you should, no doubt in your mind about it, despite what we are seeing at local authorities, should be a professional person that should be held professionally in person liable. That's why you should appoint a person like that. He must think 10 times before he tells you what to do. If you do not have that capacity, and we realize that, and when we develop this guideline, we jokingly, with respect, huge respect, we refer to the city engineer of Uppington. I've seen the city engineer of Uppington on TV the other night, and I thought, oh, that's him. But that person in a smaller municipality must do everything, and he's one, perhaps two people. They can't be experts at everything. If you can't, it's acceptable, as long as you realize that you have to appoint the appropriate person to help you doing that. Not your friend. The appropriate person that understands floods. Then, a safe environment, ladies and gentlemen, throughout our legislation is key to how we need to ensure future development in our country. It's crystal clear, in my opinion. If you look towards our constitution, you know, this little bookie, this one, is free of charge in 11 languages. You should have your own sample, each and every one of you. And you should be held accountable towards what's been given us as not guidelines, as law there. And if we look towards what's been stated in our constitution, besides to secure ecological sustainable development, it also tells us to promote a safe and healthy environment. How can you claim that you are chasing a safe environment if you do not have an understanding of what's happening with your floodlines? And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying this, it's out of frustration, because almost 3, 4, 5 times a year it's in the news. Oh, we've lost people. Climate change is the first call. I'm saying it's not. It might be, but it's not. Look towards your maintenance. Look towards the people that you appoint to ensure a safe environment. That's what the Constitution requires from us. If we look towards the National Water Act, it's there to manage our floods. And then in Part 3 of the Act, it talks about you must indicate a specific flood line. And water management institutions must do that, and we can argue about what is a water management institution. But I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the context of a safe environment and the IDP and the Integrated Development Plan, which I'll go to just now, it's your responsibility to ensure that we address those risks. In Section 144 from the National Water Act, look what it's stating here. For the purpose of ensuring that all persons who might be affected have access to information. Do you read with me? Don't just look at your water bottle and drink without watching and understanding what is saying there. Potential flood hazards, velocity, flood peaks. You need someone that can tell you this. No person may establish a township, which we interpret as a development, unless the layout plan shows in a form acceptable to local authorities. You must accept it. There it is. Act, law. The line indicating the maximum level likely to be reached, 1 every 100 years. There's your 100-year flood line. In the Act, in the Water Act. your responsibility, local authorities. You must accept it. You must deal with that. The Water Services Act deals with water service authorities. The Water Service Development Plan, most of the local authorities needs to compile a Water Service Development Plan, which is but a chapter of the Integrated Development Plan. What is the purpose of the Integrated Development Plan? Go and look in the Constitution. A safe and sustainable environment. And you sign it off. We'll check who signed it off just now. The Municipal Structure Act tells us what needs to be the Integrated Development Plan, and then it states that the Municipal Systems Act set the framework, the delegated responsibility to the EXCO or the Executive Mayor. You delegate that responsibility to him or her, and it tasks the municipal manager to submit the IDP. At least the understanding needs to be that he's happy and an agreement. Now for the place I need to run. I wait for the first MM to go to jail. Because he submitted a document knowingly that he didn't apply his mind when he drew the flood line. Is that far-fetched? Of course it's far-fetched in our system, but if we take up the responsibility of what the Constitution asks from us in terms of the legal framework for floods, we need to think about these things twice, ladies and gentlemen. We really need to do that. And we are there to help. It's not rocket science. It's just to do it. That's all that needs to happen. We must just do it. We ask municipalities to make sure that they've got a safe environment to not only show the 100-year flood line, but we say, you know, if you go to a consultant, I'll take it 5 minutes extra or so. If you ask the consultants, they will agree. I haven't had a single one that was sort of objecting to it. Why just showing the 100 years? Show the 1 in 5, 1 in 10, 1 in 20, because each line is associated with a risk that you are prepared to take. So let them show it. But, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't mean anything if you show that, like what's been required. That's me. Time, please. It doesn't help if we show that flood line in the city engineer's office or in the library, because you've got the obligation of just showed you in the Act to make the people aware of the risk that they're taking. It doesn't say you can't live there. You must make that decision, you as local authority. But it does tell you that the people that's going to live there must know the risk that they're taking. How do we do that? Publish it in the library? That people doesn't get to the library. What about markers? Put markers in this area. Show, I know some of them will be stolen, but make concrete or something like that. And tell everyone, look, till the blue level, you'll get flooded some other time. You've got a probability of being flooded. Do that. The National Boulder Regulations also keep us to task. And in the context of guidelines that's been provided, this is a very old guideline from the Department of Water and Sanitation, Water and Forestry in 2007 already. This is the type of decision that each council must make. What development will you allow under what flood conditions? That's the risk. No one can tell you what to do there. But you must apply your mind in terms of deciding we will allow in the 1 in 50 to 120 year no permanent structures except bridges, etc. You must have rules like that. And we've provided those rules in the guideline. I'll skip this. So incidentally, why I've put up this here, this is coming from a very good guideline, our Red Book 2019, the Neighbourhood Planning and Design Guideline. and they recommend in their guideline this related to floods. They say that, look, the emergency services should be above the 1 in 500 flood. It doesn't help you phone the fire brigade and they are flooded 1 in 10 year flood line. They are battling to get them out themselves. They can't save you. But we can't do that unless we know where that line is. And if you make a mistake with that line by appointing your pal, we've got a problem. I must cut it short. All right, we consult some of legal people before we say what we say, and there was also some comments being made that a potential of an infringement of common law right exists when organs of state, like municipalities, proceed with development plans that might be impacted by floods. If you don't apply your you will have the problem in the court, and there are a couple of court cases up and running now. Amelia, I'm almost done. And we are hoping to see what will come from that, and I hope that the people will win. Not the technicalities of what we are dealing with. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have that responsibility to make sure that we can justify our decision. We might end up in the wrong side of the legal framework. And the questions, many of you, I end up quite a number of times in court, and the judge only wants to know, can you prove to me that you've done the right thing? It doesn't matter if you've made a mistake, perhaps. I've used C 1.2 instead of 1.6. Let's just use it. But if you say, C, the rational method tells me this, you are done. You need to understand what we are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, municipalities remain legally responsible to ensure safety. You can't pass responsibility. You can't pass the buck of responsibility. Take the right decisions. Make sure that you ensure safety to all the people that serves in your area, and that you plan appropriately. Don't blame climate change for it. Plan appropriately. Allocate a proper budget to maintenance and upgrades whenever we need to adhere to the constitutional demand that we need to supply a safe development. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Kobus, for a very insightful presentation. I'm also held accountable regarding time, so we're going to be inclusive here. 3 questions allowed only. 1 in this row, 1 in this row, and 1 in this row. So.
I must say, of course, it's the nice thing to do is you just speak too long enough and there's not enough space for the question.
Prof, thanks for a really great, very interesting talk. I think we'll all agree with you. I'm going to put you on the spot, man.
But.
Are you ready?
The but.
Are you ready? Okay, I'm retired, but I worked in one of the departments, the water departments at this university for 40 years. And I'm still actively involved in my retirement because I love working with fish, and they like water. Unfortunately, I have to work with fish now in my retirement in water that the Grahamstown municipality supplies. Okay, we all know we've got issues with our water quality guidelines, 2007 and earlier. And how enforceable is that if a municipality does not comply? My particular interest, by the way, was with aluminium. At 30 micrograms per litre, it killed 38,000 of my fish in one night that I was supplied with. And all my students also suffered because they were doing a PhD. They suddenly had to apply to CSR for another year's funding to get more fish. You held up that bottle of water. and I see a lot of these bottles around here. There are 5 institutes and departments at my university which are water-related. Rhodes University is hosting the Water Research Commission Roadshow. You guys, there are some of the leaders and best experts in water in our country, in this room now. And you held up the bottle that my university is supplying us with water to drink. Have you seen where the major error is that we should have all picked up? Which I was drinking this water and I only saw it then and I stopped drinking it. I'm not drinking it. Why? Why, Prof? What is wrong on the label? They actually put aluminium here. I'm so impressed. You don't normally see that. Also aluminium on this one. But they didn't put a really important detail. Do you know what that detail is on that label? The water that, well, are we all drinking it, by the way? I'm not drinking it anymore. There's no unit of measurement put on this. There's no milligrams or micrograms per litre. There's no unit of measurement. And this is provided by my university for WRC people. Who's realised that? You did, I know.
I would like to try and save the situation. I'm merely using it for you to make sure that you look at what you are seeing. For me, when I look at it very quickly, you know, we are drinking acidic water. pH is below 7. It's not a major issue. The SABS allow you water till, I think, 5. But it should be. Any local authority should supply water in the order of 7, 8, around about 8. That's where you should be. We just tell what we are doing wrongly and show it to everyone, and then we accept it.
Second question in this row, was it the gentleman here? No? You forfeit your term, then this row? Okay. Go here. Is there any question from this side? I thought I saw, okay, there. I did.
A couple of minutes more.
No.
Prof, you've mentioned quite numerous times regarding the asset management. So I saw you mentioning quite a number of times regarding asset management. So I just wanted to find out from you, in terms of in universities or in tertiary, the subject of asset management. Is it there, or it's only done in postgraduate? Because maybe my knowledge, I'm not quite aware that much, but I haven't seen asset management being taking more focus.
So I do think that the question being, you know, asset management, is it a core focus area? I've mentioned it a couple of times in my slides. Is it a core education, part of the education program? And I can't speak for each and every of the academic institutions. From the institution that I come from, it's a significant portion of what we need to do to make sure that we've got life cycle cost, or not just capital cost, and that we need to maintain our assets. But specifically with my IMESA hat on, we try to do a huge amount of work. We run training sessions with municipalities. We've covered about 6-7 years ago the whole Free State, going from each and every single municipality to try and help them to deal with the management of asset management. It is critical that we should know what's happening with our assets. We've had earlier this morning, we've had one presentation, I can't remember the first or the second, about the pipe failures. I think it was the first one. Misused the opportunity to say, you know, I was really shocked when we see Nelson Mandela's figures. It was so many days before the pipes have been replaced. There was a graph on that. We shouldn't talk about days, ladies and gentlemen. We should talk about hours, not days. I was asked to help one municipality in the Western Cape 5 different towns, 1 municipality. You know how things work. And they asked me, and I presented this at the IMESA conference, and they've asked me, please don't tell everyone who we are, because we are worried. And in their case, 90% of all the leaks were fixed within 6 hours. You talk about days? Something is wrong. And I mentioned that in terms of asset management. Frequently, we don't know where those assets are, and you have to explode drones to try and help us to pick up where the leaks are. And we need to get a clear understanding of the frequency of these breaks so that we can have a pipe replacement program. And we can only do that with a proper asset management plan. Critical. If your institution doesn't have it, they must, you know, our programs are so full and we've got different focus areas, so I respect that. But asset management in today's environment where we are running problems with our assets, we really need to focus on full cost budget. And please, my plea to officials, councillors specifically, invest appropriately in maintenance. We can't drop out with our capital investment, but we are falling short of our maintenance, and that's what's causing a lot of dissatisfaction with service delivery.
Thank you. I think we should give Prof a rounding applause. So I just want to encourage, Prof, will you be staying for lunch? We're inviting you for lunch. I mentioned, okay. So if you have any questions, he's here for lunch.
In that case, no, I'm going.
And just encourage those who are interested in these courses. We advertise them often a few weeks in advance on our website, the RR website, IMESA website. Local SAGA, Provincial SAGA will also inform you as well about that. So we've come to the end, and I just want to invite Prof. Odume and Prof. Lipatsi to come up and give a few closing remarks. And yeah, please keep it short. Thanks. So my phone is blowing up here.
Maybe Lifazi should start and then...
He said you go first. Yeah. I think he will respond to your whatever, because you were hosted us, so you'll probably respond to it.
Because I wanted to also make some announcements.
Okay, it's fine. I'll go first. It's fine. I'll go first
because I will end with the announcement of that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I was told that I must be quick, but I told you that I've got 3 pages because I was I was summarizing everything from the first day. So, but anyway, thank you so much on behalf of the Water Research Commission and particularly the CEO and my fellow Dawarsi colleagues. We are really, really thankful for having having this time that we have shared with you here in, not Grahamstown, what do you call it? Makanda. Yes, we are really grateful, and thank you so much for your patience, and also thank you so much for your participation, and also for sharing your knowledge with us. We also shared with you what we have, what we know, what we have developed for years, and of course with you, just to remind you that we still have this knowledge, skills, we still have these innovations and products. So I also want to thank all the facilitators of the program. I want to thank all the speakers. I also want to thank the people who have been helping us, the media people, and also those who are also cooking us some nice lunch that we're still going to enjoy. But from the Water Research Commission, I can only leave you with some few things that we have actually gathered or that we have actually learned, because this is a stakeholder engagement as event or session, which us indeed we have to gain much from, but we also think you also gain from. What we have actually learned from this, I just mentioned 3 or 4 points, is that water security is important, and we are all agreeing that we need to come up with a way to enhance water security in Makhanda and also in the Eastern Cape. In other words, local and also broadly provincial. And we have got support. We have got people here who can really support us and make sure that we realize that. And also taking care of the risks that the Prof talked about is part of that water security. And we also have the universities who are actually ready to open up their labs and share knowledge with us so that we can build systems and build that knowledge base that we can use to plan and also use to ensure that we supply the services that are required. But I think one also should not ignore or overlook the multiply effect that research, development, and innovation comes through. As people were presenting the innovators, they actually open up our minds to see many possibilities. And I think that's where, for those actually who think research is not important, actually that is actually a testament is the word. Testament that really research, it is our hope in terms of opening up opportunity for supplying our needs for services and even for growing business in this country. But as today we're talking about water security, so that we can have water security. So it provides that multiply effect where X is not only equal, those who understand mathematics, it's not only equal to Y, but it can also provide a good value for Z as well. So if you understand how the graphs looks like, but the engineers maybe may think differently as far as that's concerned, but that's how far I can go with my mathematics. But I think also it's important also to think about the issues relating to unity within the province and also within the municipality. The scriptures tells us that a house actually divided against itself, it cannot be able to stand. So even here in Makhanda, that's the message that I can leave onto the province. Let's come together, let's build something together. And you have got people, you have got leaders, we have got our own councillor here, we have got professors. So let's come together, let's build something. And I think let's start by building a vision. Let's see things the same way. Let's have a vision and ensure that we protect that vision so that it's not divided, so that we cannot have two or remove that. Let's protect that, because if we can have that, then we can develop mission and come with activities and come with steps of how we arrive at the destination that we want to have. And then we can have the outcomes like water security that we really have employed youth, provincial leadership. Then we can be able to have our youth taken care of, the mental issues that those problems can have. But we cannot have that when we have got a divided vision or division. We should have the same vision, and then we can develop the mission. It will be easy for us to have those outcomes that you've talked about. And there are honorable outcomes. We need to take care of them, because if we don't take care of them, we are actually just shooting in the air, and we'll just finish the bullet and we won't see what we have shot. So with those few words, I would want to leave you as the province to say the Water Research Commission is here with our stakeholders that we brought here. We want to support you. Next time when we come, I don't want to drink that yucky water that I was drinking this week. I want to drink great water. Thank you so much.
He doesn't want to drink water without unit. Okay, thank you, Stanley.
Anyway, I call you
All right. Thank you. It's really been a privilege to host this event here at Rose University. The Water Research Commission has always been a partner and a supporter of the university, so it was really a privilege. And a privilege to host everybody that has traveled from various places. especially people from other provinces who have been here. I always tell people that if you want to come to Grahamstown, you have to be, to Makanda, you have to be intentional. My counselor is here. If I keep saying Grahamstown, I might be in trouble. So for you to come to Makanda, you really have to be intentional because we don't have a lot of industries, so no employment here. We are in the middle of nowhere. Small town in the middle of nowhere. So to be here, you really have to be intentional, right? Even though we don't have all of those, but we have some of the best schools. So if you want your kids to go to good schools, bring them here. So I'm sure that you will be wondering, is this another talk shop? Is this another you talk, I talk, we listen, and you listen, and then we go home? And so what? Because this is a provincial strategic partnership roadshow.